Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Planning Commission meeting. We are an appointed body, appointed by your town council to make recommendations and decisions on land use matters within the town of Los Gatos. We welcome your attendance, and we certainly encourage your participation tonight. If you do plan to participate, which we highly encourage you to do, there are a couple of ground rules that we ask. One is that you do fill out a speaker card. I don't happen to have an example, but they're gold, and they're located behind the chamber benches. If you could just submit them to my left, and they'll make sure that you're properly entered into the record. If all the materials we have before us, they are all for public review, and if you'd like a copy, they are all available outside. We have a full house tonight, so if you do happen to take the last one, please let us know so we can make copies for everyone. And reminder to silence all your electronics. And with that, we'll go ahead and begin, okay? Ms. Bailey, can you do tonight's roll call?
Commissioner Smith?
Present.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Here.
Commissioner Talasfor?
Here.
Commissioner Erickson?
Here.
Chair Sayoc?
Here.
And Commissioner Bourgeois and Vice Chair Jensen will be arriving after item 1 as they cannot be participating in item number 1 since they live within 500 feet of the subject properties.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Smith, will you do tonight's Pledge of Allegiance?
Be pleased to.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Commissioners, we have 2 draft minutes in our packets from our previous 2 meetings for September 14 and September 28. Are there any comments or concerns on the meeting minutes before anyone makes a motion? Okay, can I get a motion? Commissioner Erickson?
I'll move adoption of the minutes for the meetings of September 24th and September 14th and 28th as distributed.
Okay, do I have a second? Commissioner Talasfor?
I'll second those minutes.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 5-0. Okay. Written communications, we do have a desk item for items 1, item 3, and item 4. We will take a break between item 1 and 2 so that Commissioner Jensen and Bourgeois will have time to get here. And we will take a break between 2 and 3 because we have another recusal. So hopefully between those breaks, we'll be able to cover this. But if you do need more time, just let me know. And the desk items, again, are available in the lobby if anyone else would like to see them. Okay. Requested continuance. Excuse me, we have none for tonight. And subcommittee reports, we also have none for tonight. We are now at verbal communications, and this is the portion of our meeting where you may speak on anything that is not on the agenda. I have several speaker cards, and it looks like they are all for those that are on the those are agendized, but if you would like to speak on anything not on the agenda, just come forward. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to item number 1. But before we do so, we have a couple of new faces. So Ms. Bailey, do you want to introduce our new engineer?
Yes, we have a new associate engineer. His name is Maz, I'm going to try this, Bozerginia, and he is replacing John Gaylord, and he's here tonight just to observe how the Planning Commission works.
Great. Welcome. Okay, so we are now at item number 1. Architecture and Site Application S0646 and S0664, Subdivision Application M-06-09, Variance Application V-11-001, and Mitigated Negative Declarations ND-0802 and ND-0803, located at 339 and 341 Bella Vista Avenue. So for those in the audience, just process-wise, I'm going to go ahead and start with a staff report. After staff report, we will have the applicant come and speak. I believe I do have a speaker card for the applicant, but the applicant has a cumulative of 5 minutes. If there's more than one person who speaks on their behalf, they just do that in 5 minutes. And then those in the audience who'd like to speak, you will have 3 minutes each. And then afterwards, the applicant will have the last 3 minutes, okay? And all I ask is that when you come to the podium, you do state your name and your address, again, so that we have that on the record. You use the microphone. This is all being transcribed, so we need to hear it accurately. And we just do ask that, given the tone of some of the comments that we've received on this, we do ask that a certain amount of professionalism and respect be given for tonight's hearings, okay? So, Ms. Bailey, who will be doing tonight's report?
Ms. Davis.
Okay, these properties are located on the west side of Bella Vista, just north of Charles Avenue. And the sites were created in the 1930s by deed. They are legally created lots, even though they are non-conforming. The required lot size in the zone is 8,000 square feet. Both of these lots are smaller than that. The applicant is proposing to do a lot line adjustment between the two, primarily because there's a large oak tree in the center of the site, and we are trying to work around that tree in particular. It is one of the largest specimen trees on the site, or it is the largest, and trying to make the two lots a little more comparable in size. There's a architecture and site application for each of the two proposed residences, and a variance application for driveway lengths. The code requires an 18-foot long driveway. An 18-foot long driveway would push the garages far down the hillside and require more grading, higher walls, and just more disturbance to the site. Most of the homes along the west side of Bella Vista do have short driveways. The variance request is supported by staff. We also have a mitigated negative declaration and an initial study that were prepared for the project, which need to be acted on by the Planning Commission. There was an application, or there's been multiple applications on this site. They have not all been heard at public hearing, but there was one in 2003. That application was a different owner, different set of plans. That particular application wasn't complete, but it did get to Planning Commission, was denied by Planning Commission. The property was subsequently sold to the two applicants. So these two lots are now owned by two separate individuals, and the parcels cannot be merged because they're owned by two different individuals. If they were owned by one property owner, then we might be able to suggest that they be merged as into one parcel. So the proposal is to construct two new residences. The applicant needs, besides the variance for the driveway length, there are a couple of exceptions to hillside development standards and guidelines, one being that we have no least restrictive development area on this site. The entire site exceeds 30%. The hillside standards encourage development on slopes less than 30%, but we don't have that circumstance here, so it is not possible for them to build in an LRDA. The other hillside standard is grading, cut and fill depths will be exceeded. The applicant is also requesting to exceed the allowable floor area for both of the two homes. Partially, that is to get a little more livable floor plan, provide a reasonable size home. It is a discretionary action. We do have a maximum floor area that's set by the zoning ordinance. It isn't an absolute mandate, but the applicant does need to justify why it's appropriate to exceed that. So the commission needs to determine if the plans and the information that's been provided is adequate to support the increase in FAR that's being requested. I'm not going to add anything else at this point. I think I'll just go based on questions the commission has in order interest in keeping this short. There's a lot of people that want to speak on this application. We do have a number of neighbors that are concerned about the proposal. Neighbors below in the Maggie Court townhomes, and then neighbors on Bella Vista. So I'll leave it at that, and if the application has any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Telesford and then Commissioner Erickson.
My question is, these are two non-conforming lots, so if the lot line was to be adjusted, the lots would still be non-conforming, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Erickson.
This is probably a question for Ms. Prop, but we're not able to consider a merger of the two lots because they're owned by two different parties. Why are we able to consider a lot line adjustment then?
Under the Subdivision Map Act, the parcels need to be owned by a single owner to, before the town could consider a merger. The fact that these parcels existing are owned separately, the parties can agree and jointly apply to the town to do a lot line adjustment.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Thank you. If I understand the background, at some point when it was owned by, both lots were owned by a single owner, it was turned down. Now we have two owners who are cooperating because they're both agreeing to the lot line adjustment. But because we have two owners, we could not suggest, for example, the merger of the lots so we'd have one lot. How, would you remind us again, how long ago was it that the one owner was told essentially the project was not going to be approved going forward?
That was in 2003.
Okay. And do we know when the conveyance occurred that gave us two owners?
I believe that was in 2006 when they purchased the properties.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so I am going to open the public testimony portion of tonight's meeting. Again, the applicant gets 5 minutes, and then those who are going to speak afterwards will have 3. I do have several cards, so what I'm going to do to expedite this is list the first 5, and then so that you know when you're in the queue, and so if you could just be ready, okay? Actually, let's go ahead and start with the applicant.
I have a couple of handouts that are more clear that I'd like to hand out at this time.
If you can hand them to Linda.
What I've handed out is a landscape plan that's more readable, and then also a copy of this slideshow. Okay. Before I start, my name is Dan Ross. I live on Villa Avenue. With my wife, Deborah. I've worked in town for 20 years. Our children attend Van Meter School, and both of us currently work in downtown Los Gatos. A little bit of background. We started this process in 2006. The lots are legal. They're buildable. We modeled plans after 145 Bella Vista, which is the most recently approved and built home on the west side of Bella Vista. That house was finished, I think, around 5 or 6 years ago. It's also, we modeled that home because of its livability and its consistency with the neighborhood. As you know, Bella Vista Avenue is challenging for development. The slope is steep, the street is narrow, lot sizes are often very small. As a result, the majority of homes in this area have variances or exceptions. Some town rules are hard to achieve, for example, the 18-foot minimum driveway. We talked about a lot line adjustment as it allowed us to create more space between the homes. It preserves the largest oak tree on the lots, and it allows for more proportionate size homes rather than one big home and one small home. After 2008, when we met with the neighbors and met with staff, we realized that the 145 Bella Vista plan was probably too big because it does not have neighbors below. And we realized we should reduce the size of these plans. We eliminated 400 square feet from each home by reducing the width of the house about 8.5 feet for each home. That increased our distance from the houses from 16 feet to 31 feet and created more room for the oak tree, which the arborist had requested or recommended as well. We also removed some windows, a balcony, and we placed some frosted glass onto the plan. This is a schematic of or a table of the homes on the west side of Bella Vista. The lot sizes are varied, the home sizes are varied, and you can see that our ratios at 39 and 35 are within the range of 28 to 41. The mass and scale of these homes is consistent with the neighborhood. We were faced with the challenge, the engineering challenges of height, setbacks, and driveway length. And that dictated our siding of the plan. You can also see we endeavored to push the homes down the hill, or down lower, so it wouldn't affect our neighbors on Bella Vista as much. A big issue, the main issue with this property is privacy. We don't want to look into our neighbor's home any more than they want to look into our homes. And the primary issue here is, how do we block that view? Our goal is to completely block the view. We do not want to have any eye-to-eye contact between the townhomes and us. You can see this view cone is established because we've added at the back of the homes on our balconies 6-foot solid balconies, or a 30-foot shelf outside of a window that would block a downward view. We also removed a deck when we shrunk the house, and we removed some windows. These are the visualizations of that proposal, with the planter box that's going to prevent a downward view, frosted glass from one viewpoint, and then 6-foot railings at the back of our balconies that'll prevent a downward view into the homes. David Fox, landscape architect, also prepared a plan that has lower shrubs and taller trees to block the view as well. One side note, this is the old plan of the home. This is the footprint of 145 Bella Vista that you can see is, the homes are bunched up more closely. We had to place the lots in a way that would respond to the height limitations, the setback limitations, and the driveway is how we arrived at siding on this project. Because of this, it's requiring us to seek a driveway variance. Our property line, when in the question and answer period, I have the exact distances between property line and edge of pavement. Bella Vista is an unusual street in that regard. We didn't want to push the garages closer to the Maggie Court townhomes, but at the same time, we had to achieve this goal of an 18-foot driveway. Town also asked us to pave the dirt parking spaces in front of our lots where cars park now. We will pave that and create parking on our side. This is our timeline. You can see we didn't rush through this. We met with neighbors in 2008 and 2010 on the Maggie side because they have the biggest impact. Town also held a meeting recently. I personally hand-delivered notices up on Bella and on Lower. This is our aerial of before and after. That's the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank Suzanne Davis for her professionalism during this process.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross.
Timed out, so thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm looking at page 4 of the staff report, which I think you perhaps have a copy of.
Yep.
If I read that correctly, it says the allowable floor area for lots 339 and 341 are 785 for 339 and 835 for 341. You are proposing to go from 785 to 1920, considerably above the floor area ratio. And 341, you're proposing to go from 835 to 1838. Now, you apparently are speaking for both prospective builders,
Yes.
and when you purchased this property, I'm just curious, you were aware of the floor area ratios?
Yes. And what was said to us at that time was to use 145 as an example, in that we would be allowed to build something that's livable by today's standards. And it's a gray area and a frustrating part of the process for me and for the neighbors.
Well, the difference...
They also said that an 800 square foot house is not livable. We could build an 800 square foot footprint. The 145 Bella Vista is 1,150 square feet times 2, with half of it going into the hill below. So we started with that, and we saw that, you know, we should make adjustments rather than, we could have come here with an 1150.
Let me just say you answered my question, so thank you. But let me follow up. You recall that the neighbors were there. In other words, when you say it's like a choice, everybody has their choices. You purchased the property knowing that essentially you wanted to double or triple the size of the homes. Is that
Based on
correct?
what town staff had said to us at the
So the
time.
town staff told you not to pay any attention to the FARs?
No, they said the FARs matter, but that this is a challenging site,
That's good.
and we'd have to find some compromise.
Any other questions? Commissioner
Let
O'Donnell?
me just ask a question of staff. The FAR and the problem with these kinds of lots, do you have any recollection of having told this applicant that it would just have to be worked out?
I didn't handle this project from the very beginning. I actually took it over from another planner. And we also, the 2003 application was handled by a planner that's no longer at the town. So I didn't personally meet with these applicants to be able to say exactly what they were told.
What did you tell them?
Once I picked the application up, this project was already at the phase where environmental review was started. So these houses were were already designed when I started working on it. I worked with them to make the houses smaller. As Dan mentioned, they reduced the size and to work around some of the more significant trees on the property. And we talked about floor area, but it's a discretionary part of the application, and how much floor area is appropriate to exceed the FAR by is not something that staff would typically indicate. I can't say that it should exceed it by 500 versus 1,000. It's somewhat design dependent, and whether you feel the house is appropriate for the site, and if you don't feel it's appropriate, then perhaps they need to be smaller. But how much smaller is a really difficult thing to put a finger on.
Commissioner Telesfor?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate the digital. It really helped to understand this. Which, now you mentioned a house on 145 on Bella Vista, which I happened to note as well because I walked Bella Vista when I was visiting your site this weekend. So my question for you is, why wouldn't you put a house on grade? Why wouldn't you put these two houses, or why wouldn't you put your house? I don't know. You're representing both buyers?
Yes.
Or both owners, I mean?
Well, we spent a lot of time with town engineering, and it was
Okay,
the...
so why wouldn't you do that? Because it seems like you would have less privacy issues, and you also would fit better in with the, the streetscape of Bella Vista.
Well, the first level's down, and then the second level, no matter where you stand on a lot, you're going to look right into the townhomes, whether it's one level or two levels.
So,
Spent time with town engineering.
but when I'm looking at what I see in front of me right now, your image, I see two houses that are in pits, and I see, the nice garage, but the homes are in pits. What is the first floor looking at when I enter these homes? What's the
First
front
floor will
windows
be
of
over the roof, and the second floor will be more into the townhomes.
So, okay.
But it still would look down into the townhomes. And then we have a height
It
issue.
still will look down into the townhome.
Right, I mean, we would have to put it on stilts, and we'd have a 60-foot tall house.
Isn't 145 built with a large foundation, scales down the side of the hill?
And they're,
And how tall is that house?
it's similar. We basically got a
It's
copy of
similar
their
to-
plan, to our plan.
So, but I remember that house as being on grade.
Yes. I mean, I don't know the house exactly. We were able to get a copy of that plan because we took that advice.
I remember
and we
that house
used-
on grade.
Right, and I was able to walk inside that house, and it was on grade, and this is on grade. And the issue with engineering was we would exceed our total heights with an attached garage with a house can't exceed 35 feet. So if we were to build up the grade, well, I don't know I guess we could build up the grade, but that doesn't follow the natural slope of the hill, and town told us, or engineering told us, that usually doesn't work.
To build up the grade?
Correct.
Okay, maybe we could get a clarification as to why that wouldn't work.
Okay. The one other thing I wanted to mention to you that I meant to say at the end of my talk was these flags that represent in the room here tonight are the width and depth of the footprint of the home. The living area, not the garage. So it's 37 feet wide by 26 foot deep.
Could we get a clarification from engineering on that?
In order to build the grade up, they have to have a lot of fill in this area, and with the hillside design guideline, we're trying to not we don't recommend a lot of fill up to finished grade. And, so with the design, we work with the slope as much as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Smith?
I'm not sure if this is for staff or the applicant, but when Mr. Cannon reviewed the plans in 2007, would you say that they have significantly changed since that time?
Not significantly. The house has got a little smaller
So
because
the
we had a minimum setback from the oak tree that the arborist recommended. And so they took some floor area off the house in order to achieve that setback.
But Mr. Cannon reviewed everything, and you were satisfied. I'm not even sure if you were the planner at that time.
I was not at the time that he did his review. The plans have not changed significantly since.
That's what I meant. So they took his comments, they incorporated them,
Correct.
and they narrowed the home or made it less square footage.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Ross, thank you. We'll go ahead and let other people speak, and then you'll have 3 minutes afterwards. So.
I would like to address that. We have neighbors and friends in the room tonight, and for the sake of time, not all of them are going to speak, but I would like to just take a moment and have them stand
Sure.
to show their support. Great, thank you very much.
Actually, Mr. Ross, if you can ask your supporters to stand, we just want to do a head count.
Sure. They're neighbors in Los Gatos.
Okay. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, we just needed a head count. We have everyone? We have the count? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now we will begin public testimony. And again, this is your time now to speak, and I do ask that you give each and every speaker the respect that it takes a lot to speak, I've been told, at these meetings. And so let's try and give everyone the respect that they deserve when they come up to speak, whether or not you agree with them. I'm going to call the first 5, and if you could just be ready. Curtis Lee, Eleanor Leishman, Jack Venata, David Leishman, and Tim Boyd. And I'm going to apologize right now if I misspell or mistake anyone's last names or first names. Okay? Mr. Lee?
My name is Curtis Lee, and I live at 148 Maggie, so right down the hill from the proposed homes here. And just as a little bit of background on me, I'm actually a developer in the Bay Area as well. So I understand that side of the platform. But I guess my issue with this application, and has been, I've lived there since 2004, is why, as a planning commissioner or a town, we are going to these great lengths to give all these variances. So, my concern is the driveway variance, the setback variance, the hillside variance, as well as the square footage variance. And I think the biggest one is the square footage variance. And, obviously the term livable is hard to define. And, I agree, you should be able to build a livable home on a lot that you own in Los Gatos. And they own 2 lots, and they should be able to build a livable home. Now, does that mean you can go from 785 square feet up to 1920? And that doesn't even include the cellar, and I'm not sure why the cellar is not included, and that's another 400 square feet, including the garage and everything. So I just think that we're allowing these variances to get too big, and at a minimum, we should shrink this home, move it back, and meet the setbacks, and then repropose this project and see how it looks at that point. But I just don't know why. And maybe somebody on the Planning Commission can answer that for me, because I don't see it in any of the other cities where I work in the Bay Area, why we're going to such lengths to try to achieve these variances for this project. So, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. And as for your question, hopefully you'll hear it during deliberations. You'll have Eleanor Leishman.
My name is Eleanor Leishman, and I live at 332 Bella Vista, and I have 4 points to make, and all but one have questions embedded in them. The first question is embedded in this first point. There has been, as Suzanne Davis said, at least one other oversized residential project proposed for this site, and it was rejected by the town. And so why is this current proposal any more reasonable than the one that the town rejected in the past? My second point is the size and scale of the proposed homes show flagrant disregard, and I would say even disrespect on the part of the developer for the town's hillside development standards and guidelines. So my question is, why do these plans ignore them so completely? And what's the point of having these guidelines, and will the town enforce them, make them become real? The third point is that this project has significant environmental impacts, and it may pose a danger, actually, to people living in the proposed homes below. I mean, the proposed homes may cause a real danger to the people living below. Some negative impacts are not life-threatening to humans, but will certainly obliterate trees and wildlife and cause erosion, which could pose a threat to human life. And all the environmental impact reports and geotechnical studies in the world aren't going to help if one of those houses slides down the hill and someone loses their life. So I think it's really quite a serious question. Other impacts will not be so life-threatening, but they'll be somewhere on the scale of annoying to potentially dangerous. Sewage will be pumped up to street level on Bella Vista. There will be unavoidable noise and light pollution. Traffic congestion, which is already a pretty big problem on Bella Vista, is only going to get worse with cars pulling out of shorter driveways and creating even more dangerous environment for the pedestrians and bicyclists on our street. And finally, I have a question. If the property in question were to be sold today without any previous zoning history, and given its slope constraints and proximity to the pre-existing homes down the hill, would it be legally buildable? Would you grant it a permit for residential building, and how would you zone it? So to summarize, I respectfully ask the mayor, the town planners, and the commissioners to uphold your standards for safety and appropriate building that you've established for the good of all of us. I also respectfully ask the developer to adhere to these standards and to propose house plans that will conform with that town standards. Smaller houses are the wave of the future, and I think we should embrace them. And one final thought, at the bottom of the town of Los Gatos homepage, there's the following motto: small town service, community stewardship, future focus. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Leishman. The next speaker is Jack Venata.
Good evening. My name is Jack Van Natta. I'm from 165 Euclid Avenue in Los Gatos. Zoning laws or restrictions seem to be changing at an unprecedented rate with the recent and proposed developments in Los Gatos. It was the old zoning and the old general plan that made Los Gatos the town that we have come to know and love. All of us love this town, but a growing number of us are loving it less because of it's becoming more like San Jose than remaining a unique small town in the foothills. The current mood of the council is to overdensify and overdevelop the space that is remaining in the name of progress, or simply making the statement that things change or growth is good, but good for whom? Zoning changes requested are, excuse me, on this project, 4 setbacks that do not meet minimum requirements, asking for exceptions to the standards that restricts grading cut and fill depths. The average FAR of the existing homes in the staff report is 23.5%, whereas the proposed homes have an average FAR of 37%. That's 157% greater than that of their neighbors. If the homes were to fit with the neighborhood based on FAR and taking the extreme slope into consideration, the allowable square footage is going to be much, much smaller. They are requesting having a shorter driveway than required, backing their cars onto a street with less than 1 car length's distance from the garage. Why is staff recommending that the zoning be changed to fit the lot? Why do we have zoning ordinances in the first place if we change the ordinance to fit the developer's need to make it work? I don't believe one of you would allow something like this big, this overwhelming, to be looking into the bedrooms of your homes. All of a sudden, the people of Maggie will be looking at a 3-story building towering above them. Urban planning is not simply about change, but rather about intelligent change that preserves the character and nature of the unique area we live in. Current development is changing to the detriment of the look and the feel of this town. This project is just one more example of overdevelopment. Thank you.
Any questions? The next speaker is David Leishman.
Hi, my name is David Leishman. I live at 332 Bella Vista, as does my wife, who spoke earlier. What she didn't have time to mention is that her family has moved into that house in 1958. She's seen the changes back when the street name Bella Vista actually conformed to what you could see looking out your front porch. Oak trees have grown up across the street from where we live. That's a good thing. We're now talking about a development that is ginormous. I understand that it's a good idea for the developer and perhaps for the landowners. The neighbors, all the ones we've spoken with, feel differently. And I'm curious, the first Planning Commission meeting I came to in Los Gatos was Bluebird Lane, which is at the corner of Caldwell and Los Gatos Boulevard. And the developer brought in friends who were not from Los Gatos. I'd really love to know, perhaps it's appropriate, if the chair could ask how many of the people who stood in support of the developer actually live between the start of New York Avenue on Bella Vista, covering Simons, Charles, and Caldwell, and live on Bella Vista. How many of those people actually are part of this community, and their support for the developer is based on their partnership in our community? Thank you very much.
Any questions? Okay, next speaker is Tim Boyd. And after Mr. Boyd, we have Dave, I believe it's Chauvinwald. Sorry about that. Mary Ann Lone, Rob DiNapoli, Art Adams, and Tim Coughlin. Go ahead, Mr. Boyd.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I had 4 items that I wanted to talk about this evening. First, and one of the things that I was most concerned about with is I believe that the notice to the neighbors was not properly conducted. I never received notice about a neighborhood meeting that the applicant had. I know that from what was stated before that a neighbor requested a meeting. One neighbor requested the meeting. That neighbor didn't show up. That was the extent of that neighbor meeting. Secondly, I've been going through the traffic calming process with the town. We just had a meeting last week with the town staff. I never received a notice for that. For some reason, the neighbors in the area are not getting the mailers out from the town. I only got one for this project once I contacted a planner and asked to be added to the mailing list. And I'm sorry, I live at 101 Bella Vista Court, so I'm within the 300-foot boundary. Secondly, in addition, the town guidelines call for, in addition to the story poles and netting, they also call for a 2-square-foot sign to be posted on the property. There's been no sign there at all. I double-checked again tonight. It's not there. Second item I wanted to talk about was the impact on traffic. That we're going through the traffic calming process with the town right now. The traffic is a nightmare. There was a assault on Bella Vista Avenue about a month ago between 2 motorists who were, one a Good Samaritan who probably took it a little bit too far, and one person that was behaving like an idiot. And there was a brawl right in my court as when the Good Samaritan tried to get the other person to stop. This location is right on a blind curve, and the high school students and parents in the morning and teachers drive too fast for the street. The street's a designated bike route. It should be. The traffic should go slower, change in behavior is impossible, but adding 2 homes to this location at a blind curve are going to be a problem. And that leads into the third item I wanted to talk about, the driveway variance. It impinges on the public right-of-way. It's going to affect the bicyclists, the students walking to high school, the students walking to Van Meter and to Fisher, and it shouldn't be granted. The last item is regarding the FAR and the neighborhood compatibility. All the houses listed in the staff report are on the east side of the street, with one exception. So the houses on the east side of the street, they're all flat lots. They can build higher to higher FARs than they can on the west side. The west side lot that the staff report mentions is at a FAR of 0.28. These 2 proposed houses are at 0.39 and 0.35. That it is a legal
Thank you, Mr.
buildable
Boyd.
lot. Okay.
Any questions? You do have one question.
I just have one question. Is your address on the east side or the west side?
East side.
Thank you.
Yeah, east side.
Thank you.
He's on Bella Vista Court as opposed to Bella Vista Avenue.
And Ms. Davis, can you just clarify that mailers were, can you just explain to those in the audience who mailers go to?
We notice property owners and occupants in the case where the owner doesn't reside at the site for all properties within 300 feet. In the case of a situation where it touches a townhouse complex, we pick up every unit in the complex. I just checked, and we did send out a notice to 101 Bella Vista, and it was just addressed to occupant.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, next speaker. I know you just told me it, and I forgot it. Dave Seanwell, thank you.
Good evening. I don't have prepared remarks. I live at, my name is Dave Schoenwald. I live at 143 Bella Vista Avenue, next door to the property that's been mentioned, 145 Bella Vista. 145 is on grade, by the way, and the difference is that there's much less of a grade at 143 and 145 than there is on the properties. So that's one reason it's on grade. I bought my house from a developer who developed developed 145. I bought from that developer. 145 used to be the garage for 143 Bella Vista, where I live now. I'm quite sure that a variance was granted for both 143 to put in a garage and 145. And I have to tell you that my garage and my driveway is unusable as a garage. I have to park on the street. So I'm not sure who granted the variance, but it shouldn't have been granted. And also 145 Bella Vista, which does have an on-grade garage and driveway. It's nearly impossible to back out during the mornings. It's got a very short driveway as well. So I would strongly consider those items when looking at this proposal. I also happened to be browsing through the previous notes and noticed all the way back in February of 1997 that the Planning Commission denied this, based on anything other than it impacting views and character of the neighborhood. And I don't know what has changed since then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Seanwald, you do have one.
So you live next door to 145?
I do.
Okay, and you live at
143.
143. And what is the square footage of your house?
Sorry?
What is the square footage of your house?
1,700.
Okay, and the slope on that, do you happen to know what that is?
I don't know what the slope is, but it's significantly less than the properties that are under consideration this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Seanwald, another question? Commissioner Erickson?
I'll let you sit down yet. So you said that your garage and driveway are not usable. So
That's
can you help
correct.
us understand why?
Mostly on my property, it's mostly due to the slope. I am slightly below grade, and so the slope of my the depth and the slope are such that it's impossible to get a car down. Even if I could get a car down, backing out onto the street would just be horrendous. On 145, which is on grade, the garage is on grade, it's got a short, I would estimate somewhere around 15 feet approach to the garage. And I've seen the neighbors, it's a rental, by the way, 145 is a rental. I've seen neighbors just either wait long periods of time or have to take a chance and back out very quickly into traffic, and it's a harrowing experience. Thank you.
So if I understood you correctly, the reason your garage isn't usable is because it's not on grade, principally because it's not on grade.
It's not on grade, and it's
Below
got
grade, so-
a short
Right,
approach.
but principally because it's not on grade.
I have been able to get a car down it with high clearance because of it, and even if I could get that car in the garage, it's unusable because of the short approach.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Mary Ann Lone.
Hi, my name is Mary Ann Lown, and I am at 156 Maggie Court, and I'd like to show you a few pictures. The first picture I'm going to show you will be standing above our complex, looking downwards towards where we live in our complex, and this is on the street. This is on Bella Vista Avenue.
Ms. Lown, if you could pull the microphone out, that way you can speak while you're looking at the pictures.
Okay. Okay, so here you see our homes down there, and you see the story poles up there. So this is taken on the street, and just below that ledge there where the trees are, you see it goes straight down. And those are our homes down there, and those are 3-story homes. Here's another view from the street level, Bella Vista. And if you look to the left, there's one of the homes who has a hot tub. And that person probably won't have much privacy using that hot tub any longer, because those homes will be looking down upon all of those backyards over there. So the trees, one tree will be left. I don't know which one, but they're all beautiful trees. So I don't know what tree will be left. They'll all be gone. Those are the story poles we see now, still standing at Bella Vista looking down. Those are our homes, Maggie Court. So see how many of them there are that are impacted? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They go all the way down there. So those are the story poles. Those are what people will be viewing when they're in their homes looking down right into us. Now we're in our complex. This is a stairway that goes up to a trail behind our homes, which we were just up. So if you imagine I was standing up there looking down, those are the story poles. So now let's go into a home. Okay, this is the entry of a home, typical one of our homes. Those are 2 windows going up to the main floor, which where the kitchen and living room is. So see the orange up there? That is, that'll be a wall. Those trees won't be visible anymore. That will be a wall. It will be very close. It'll probably be the cellar, maybe the 2nd floor. So let's go to the main floor. This is on their patio. Now, that's our walkway where that fence is, and there's one of the homes right there, coming all the way down. It's actually, if you stood there, it's closer than it looks in this picture. And this is from the bedroom balcony. Okay, that's upstairs. And now it's time to go to sleep, and where's the privacy? Because there will be a home there looking in that window. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Lown, you do have one question, Commissioner Telesfor?
Yes.
So is this your home?
No, I'm 2 doors down.
So do you have the same impacts, or
I have
you
a
just
similar.
presenting this?
I have a similar impact, yes, because when I'm in my backyard, it's a little bit to the left, to the right, I mean, but I can see where it's going to be. I can look out one of my windows upstairs, and I can see story poles, so I do have an impact.
At the same level as far as patio, deck, and bedroom, or?
Not as much as this one, but very much so. So that I am sitting there, when I come out in my backyard, I don't have the trees anymore. I have a home that can look down at me from their left side, the right side.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you have a question?
Yes. Could you just tell me what year did you buy your home?
We bought the home 4 years ago.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Rob DiNapoli?
Good evening. My name's Rob DiNapoli, and for 14 years, my wife and son and I have lived at 322 Bella Vista, directly across the street from the proposed properties. For 73 years, since 1938, these parcels have remained vacant. And anyone that lives on Bella Vista, and those of you that have taken the time to come by and see the proposed projects, can understand why. This is on a 52% slope that drops almost immediately from the asphalt of Bella Vista down the cliff, and it is a cliff. It's covered by oaks, many of them old and many of them large. Bella Vista is a very narrow street. There are no sidewalks on Bella Vista, and because of its narrowness, we're only able to park on one side of the street. Most recently, what we've observed is Bella Vista has become a very important pedestrian and bicycle right-of-way. It connects downtown Los Gatos to other parts of East Los Gatos without having to get onto the dangerous and congested Los Gatos Boulevard. And very important, it has become a right-of-way and a thoroughfare for the children going to Van Meter and to Fisher Middle School, as well as in the opposite direction, Los Gatos High School students. Many of them are driving. And that's the reason I'm here tonight. As mentioned earlier, these homes are positioned across the street from me and on a completely blind corner traveling southbound. And most of us know that most of the traffic, the driving traffic, is high school students around 7:45 trying to get to their classes. At about that same time, the kids are riding their bikes, sometimes following their parents, sometimes walking on their way to Van Meter and to Fisher School. And right at this corner, with abbreviated driveways and a blind corner, it really is it could be a disaster. We see close calls all the time, and there's not even a house there at this moment. Students traveling southbound, and you know these students, they usually swerve before they brake, and they'll be swerving into oncoming traffic and most likely kids on bicycles. None of this tonight is right. Our narrow street provides a much-needed benefit to this community. It's sustainable transit. We need to protect it. We need your help to protect it. We need your help, and so does the Los Gatos community that deserves the protection of Bella Vista as a safe corridor for their bikes and drive and their pedestrian use. I urge you to deny these requests for variance. Tell developer Dan Ross to return with a proposal that honors the codes and the ordinances that are in place to protect our neighborhoods and protect the community's right to use our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. The next speaker is Art Adams.
Good evening. My name's Art Adams. I live at 380 Bella Vista. I have 2 points. First of all, on the artist's rendition, it made Bella Vista look like a spacious boulevard. It is not. It is so narrow, there's not even a stripe painted down the middle. Their sidewalks are intermittent to non-existent, and that house is about 100 feet away from a blind curve. And students going to school in the morning are coming up against that curve. They'll go around that way, and if somebody's backing out of that house, they'll be right there. Secondly, many of the people in this room last Tuesday night attended a traffic calming planning meeting put on by the town of Los Gatos. 4 people were there, an engineer, a project manager, a traffic measurer, and a police officer. If one body of the town is going to approve 2 more houses, more traffic, more cars, why is another body spending time trying to figure out how to reduce traffic? It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker, Tim Coughlin. And after Mr. Coughlin is Karen DiNapoli. Pass. Okay. Ken Lown. Well, Ann Curry, Leo Cunningham, Kathy Mertfield, and Robert Mertfield.
Good evening. I'm Tim Coughlin. I live at 320 Bella Vista, directly across from the proposed development. I have to take exception to the use of 145 Bella Vista as a precedent. It really is a poor example of design, and it doesn't really represent our neighborhood at all. 145 has a driveway in which you cannot park a car without hanging out onto the street. And that's what's being proposed here tonight. I looked at the plans, and one of the setbacks from the property line is 5 feet 4 inches. Now, the property line is way in from where the street edge is, but we have chosen on Bella Vista not to have curbs, gutters, sidewalks, because we like that rural atmosphere. We'd like to keep it that way. We could have asked for curbs and gutters and sidewalks, and that would have meant a widening of the street, which would have taken it way out into this proposed development, and then the driveway would have had to be set back from that. But as it is, we have chosen not to have those developments. We would like to see, if this project were to go forward, I don't know how you can approve it, but if it were, we'd like to see undergrounding the utilities. That picture that he showed did not indicate all of the wires that are now camouflaged by that forest of trees over there. There's telephone cables, TV cables, power lines, and so forth. Right now, when we look out from our house facing town, what we see are trees, and the wires are, you can kind of ignore them. But I think if there's just a house there, those wires are going to be very, very much a part of our perception, and it's going to take away from our Bella Vista. Now, the bicycle safety is another issue. Our street got together many years ago to assess ourselves so we could pave that street. Many of you may not be aware that the town obtained some money to have a bicycle route put on Bella Vista Avenue, and there are federal funds available that gave us half the money to pave the street, and we assessed ourselves to pave it. We paid the other half. And the idea was, because this is a safer route for children, that's why it was designated a bike route. And to add more density and to have a short driveway and have more cars parked, this driveway, if you look at 145 and 143, those people have to park on the other side of the street. Now, our street is already parked up. Where are 4 more cars or 6 more cars going to go? That's going to really impact the safety of these bicyclists and pedestrians on Bella Vista Avenue. We're very concerned about that.
Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. Questions? Thank you. Next speaker, Ken Lown.
Council members, my name is Ken Lown. My wife and I live at 156 Maggie Court, Bella Vista Village, below the proposed project at 339 and 341 Bella Vista Avenue. I first want to state that I oppose this project. The magnitude of the requested FAR variance on both lots is not minor, as has been talked about quite a bit this evening. It's nearly 2 times the FAR limits, perhaps a little more than that, on lots with an average slope of 53 degrees. This variance, if approved, would result in 2 homes, in my opinion, that are beyond the scale and mass of the neighborhood, and the rear of these homes will tower over the existing homes on Maggie Court, including my own. I want to emphasize that. These homes will tower over Maggie Court. The project appears to benefit only the applicants with no positive value to any of the surrounding neighborhood, or near as I can tell, the town of Los Gatos. How can the magnitude of these variances be allowed? How can the Planning Commission staff report suggest that the project is consistent with the hillside development standards and guidelines when clearly it is not? Additional variances are being requested for setbacks and driveway lengths. There will be no usable yard on these 2 lots after the homes of this size are built. The homes barely fit on the lots, and then only with a lot line change in addition to all of the other variances being requested. How is this consistent with the neighborhood? The townhome that I live in on Magic Court has a usable backyard. Of course, if these homes are allowed to be constructed, I'll have the pleasure of these neighbors staring down at us as we try to enjoy our yard, as will be the case for other homes on Magic Court below this project. I believe this is a clear and material invasion of privacy from homes whose balconies would be barely 10 yards away. How could the noise and light from these homes towering above us not have a negative impact? The answer is that they will. Thank you.
Any questions? You do have one question, Commissioner
I just
Smith?
have one question for you. What year did you buy your home?
4 years ago, the same year as my wife did.
Thank you. It's good to know.
Next speaker is Ann Curry.
Hello, my name's Ann Curry. I live at 228 Bella Vista, and I live there with my husband and one-year-old son. I'm not going to go into the traffic concerns about the area, even though I walk that street every day with my one-year-old in our stroller. There's significant issues. We're not going to address it here. But let me tell you that I welcome development to our city. I think it's a good thing. But the problem is I think it needs to have a level playing field for everyone. I mean, I think that these rules were put into place for the benefit of everyone. And now with all these variances, it's just completely unfair. You know, we have a 1920s craftsman bungalow that, you know, it's a beautiful home, and we would love to increase the square footage of the house. Absolutely. I mean, we're busting, you know, we'd love to have it to be able to have another child. But we know that when we bought the house, it came with plans that were denied by the city to increase the square footage. And we understand that. We bought the house anyway. But I just think that the development needs to be fair and apply to everyone. So I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Curry? You do have one question?
Ms.
Commissioner
Curry,
Smith?
what is the size of your home?
The house is a 3-bedroom, 2,400 square foot house. So obviously, we're kind of going to be maxed out if we have more children.
Thank you.
Oh, and we live on the east side, not the west side.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Next speaker, Leo Cunningham.
I'm Leo Cunningham. I live at 400 Bella Vista. In the interest of full disclosure, I live there with my wife, Vice Chair Jensen, although that's not what we call her at home. I speak in opposition to the application. The hill's too steep and the lots are too small for 2 homes of this size. I think it's nothing you all do is easy. I think this is an easy one to reject. You're being asked to really set aside 5 very sound tenets of local land use policy. They're looking for major variances, not squeaking variances on the FAR, the setbacks, driveway length, grade and fill, and then there's the LRDA issue. If they were starting from scratch in the hillside, they couldn't develop on a 30% grade at all. If I think many of us had our way, we would urge that you be straining, even if you have an easy application, to be careful about overdeveloping the Bella Vista neighborhood. And here you're being asked to strain to find a way to develop Bella Vista. To sort of summarize, I think, what you've heard already, our street, Bella Vista, is intended to be, and really is, very well utilized by pedestrians and cyclists. The street, or really the hillside around the street, is an important view area, not only for the folks on Bella Vista, but also for the gateway that is viewable as you come eastbound on Highway 9. It's sort of a gateway to Los Gatos. That's the hillside we're talking about. The street is, of course, incredibly narrow with no sidewalks, as you've heard. And if you're not there as often as many of us are, you may not appreciate how the street really is overutilized by automobile traffic by virtue of the congestion on Los Gatos Boulevard that people try to circumnavigate. And it's also overutilized because of the demand to get to the high school. There may be a little bit of a tenant running through here that maybe it's somehow not fair to this developer to allow the development here. I mean, in terms of fairness to developers, when restrictions are imposed, I don't think there's an easier one than this. There had already been a rejected application, and the folks who bought these parcels knew that. An economist would tell you that the price was discounted in accordance with the risk. Everyone knows that the town is serious about the 5 tenets of land use that we went through at the beginning. So they're throwing a Hail Mary pass tonight, and you should let it fall harmlessly to the ground.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, you have followers. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but again, I do have to ask you to control your applause. We don't want to make others who may not share the same opinion feel threatened to speak. And so I'm going to ask you again, please control the applause. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cunningham? Okay. Kathy Mertfield?
Hi, my name is Kathy Merdfeld, and I live at 226 Bella Vista. My husband and I relocated to Los Gatos in 2005 from La Cañada, Flint Ridge in Southern California. One of the primary factors in the selection of our home on Bella Vista is that it has very large trees and a larger lot than the houses we looked at Palo Alto and Menlo Park. We thought the area had a more open feel than the very urban feel of the downtown area of many of the other communities we looked at in the peninsula. We paid a very premium price for our home and felt our investment would be secure. When the people spoke of Los Gatos, they all seemed to convey a love for community, great schools, and the open feel of the beautiful Northern California environment. In 2009, we started a remodeling and addition to our home. We met with our architect and the city planners. We were instructed that we had to follow the setback requirements. We had to allow for tree protection, and we could not exceed the FAR requirements. When reviewing the plans for the new homes you're considering tonight, it seems like a very different planning department has reviewed these projects. If the lot is zoned for 795 square foot homes by the FAR requirements, how is it possible for a 1,900 square foot home to be given consideration? How can 8 variances be given to one project? The development of these homes seeks to remove 12 of 21 trees, plus put 6 more of these trees in danger. This seems contrary to our experience with the planning department during our remodeling process. Why is it now okay to expand the footprint of a new home and to get approval to remove mature trees? The traffic on Bella Vista continues to grow. The addition of 18 homes in the Bluebird Lane project, we now have seen an increase in traffic. These new homeowners will have to back onto a very narrow section of Bella Vista. As a designated bike path in a street without sidewalks, Bella Vista is already a very busy street in the morning with kids, parents, walking, pedestrians, kids riding bikes, and kids driving to the local schools. Consideration must be given to how these very short driveways will impact traffic and the pedestrian flow. We are looking for the planning department to follow the requirements that have been established to keep the Los Gatos community the same place we found in 2005. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. And Robert Mertfield.
Good evening. I'm Robert Mertfield, and I also live at 226 Bella Vista Avenue. I wanted to say first, we did not receive a meeting notice from Mr. Ross to discuss the project on August 4th or at any other time since then. We did receive a notice, however, for this hearing tonight, and I'm here to voice an opinion. Bella Vista, as you've heard, is a designated bike path and a popular thoroughfare for cyclists, runners, and pedestrians. Bella Vista also is an artery for people traveling to and from the high school. There are many students and their parents driving cars, and others walking and riding their bikes in the morning, over the lunch break, in the afternoon, and some evenings for school events. As you well know, our street is narrow, and there are often cars parked on both sides of the street, making two-way traffic nearly impossible during these busy times of the day. I drive to work each weekday morning against this traffic, and it feels like I'm a salmon swimming upstream. I'm constantly having to pull over to allow others to pass by me. This project is at a particularly difficult section of Bella Vista. It's narrow, with no paved shoulder and near a blind turn. Cars backing out of the project's shortened driveways or parking on this narrow section of the street are going to exacerbate our safety problem, creating even more of a hazard to passing cars, joggers, cyclists, and most importantly, our neighborhood children. This project has applied for at least 4 significant variances to the hillside development standards and guidelines, and city codes. The most concerning to me are the requests for reduced setbacks and increased floor area ratios. Proposed setbacks in front are to be reduced by 74% and 65%, and another left side setback is only 2 feet from the property line. The proposed FARs increase the buildable area, if you include the cellars, by over 3 times the allowable square footage. These are not small deviations. This seems to me to be a flawed attempt to overbuild on 2 small hillside lots in our neighborhood. Despite this, Ms. Davis has recommended in favor of all of these variances for approval. So I don't really understand what's going on. I oppose this project because it clearly violates the intent of our city codes and guidelines that our community and neighborhood has charged you to maintain and administrate. And approval of this project will set a terrible precedent, opening the door for future projects such as these, requiring significant multiple variances, which would in fact invalidate the town's ability to defend its codes and guidelines. I empathize with Mr. Ross that, he wants to build 2 livable houses in the neighborhood, which is certainly within his right, but I would encourage him to follow the codes and guidelines set forth by the city, as the rest of us are required to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the next 5 speakers. Christy Ross is next, Vitaly Stolsky, Patrick Tillman, Aaron Johnson, and Renee Stretchley.
Hello, my name is Christy Ross, and I live on 142 Johnson Avenue, and I'm talking in favor of the proposal tonight. I just want to take a moment to talk first about Dan Ross. I think it's important to state that this is someone who is not only kind-hearted, but very civic-minded and very environmentally conscious, and I think that's really important given the comments that were mentioned earlier tonight. One just needs to look at his current house on Villa Avenue. There's beautiful redwood trees in the front yard. They went to great stakes when they were building this home to preserve these trees that were there. They're still there today. They hired Meadowbrook Gardens to install a native Santa Cruz mountain landscape. And with this new lot, their goal is to really work to preserve that. They've already mentioned that they've adjusted the lot line to save one of the largest trees on the lot. And he really is a man of his word, and that that he will, if he needs to take down trees, he will bring more in. I mean, I think another thing to think about, I live on Johnson Avenue. It's very narrow lots. It's a close community. One reason why you choose to live close to the downtown Los Gatos is because you want that community feel. I know my neighbors very well. I'm sort of living on top of them. I back up to the creek. I don't have a lot of privacy. I've planted a lot of trees. In the last 3 years, those trees have grown very tall, and I now do have a lot of privacy. But the one thing you realize is when you live close in town, you are next to your neighbors, and that's something that we all accept and we want. If we don't want to be next to our neighbors or even see them, we move up to the summit and we move up to the mountains, and that's just something that we need to keep in mind here. And it's not a bad thing to live close to your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ross. Vitaly Stolsky.
Hello. My name is Vitaly Stulsky. I'm an owner of 152 Maggie Court, right down the hill from the proposed property. We are extremely concerned about this project in the areas of privacy, violation of guidelines, significantly exceeding FAR, safety, convenience, traffic, possible construction problems, and lack of timely communication about the project. Though I'm equally worried about all of these, given 3 minutes, I will just concentrate on privacy and safety. In the application, it is noted that the proposed house will be 40 feet from our home. 15 of these 40 feet is actually our patio. So we effectively have 25 feet separating our patio area from the proposed property. From front of the proposed property will be facing our house, it will be facing our bedroom windows. With this proximity, there is no problem to see into our bedroom and even into our shower area. It's completely unacceptable. The distance between the houses and the size of the houses have to follow the codes and the guidelines, especially when we consider building a property up the hill from another house. Tinted or frosted windows of some sort of visibility limiters are not the solution here, because you can easily reinstall them in the future or just step outside of the house and have the same level of visibility into our property. Noise. Right now we can clearly hear conversations happening on Bella Vista Avenue. With 40 feet between our house, between our bedroom and the proposed property, we'll hear what's going to be happening over there, and any noise will be a problem for us. There are two problems with the light. The proposed property blocks morning sunlight for several hours for properties down the hill at the Maggie Court. The beauty of sunlight coming through the branches of the trees will be reduced to the uniform wall staring at us at all times. And at night, these houses will emit light. And again, this light will go into our bedrooms, so we'll have to keep our curtains closed at all times, virtually making a basement of our bedroom. Safety. This project is proposed on a hill with slopes averaging 53%, meaning at some places they exceed 53%. The project is subject to very strong and violent ground shaking during an imminent future earthquake. So in case of any damage to the property, to the hill, we are risking to basically have this home or the hill going right into our house. Landslides, drainage damages, or other possible hazards are a problem. Considering these and many other factors negatively impacting neighborhood and Los Gatos style of living, I kindly ask the Commission to deny this project. Thank you.
Any questions, Commissioners? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Patrick Tillman.
Good evening. My name is Pat Tillman. I live at 150 Maggie Court, and many people have asked me about the aggressive tone of my letters, so I thought I would come here and explain to you why I write letters the way I write them. I assume the comment was meant for me. I hope so, and I hope you read it. That was my July 1st letter. If you look at Exhibit 3 of the packages, you'll see a darkened area there that's supposed to be the project. The rectangle closest to that project is ours. That's 150 Maggie Court. That's where I live. And the back wall of this home, the one that's going to be closest to us, will be closer to our bedroom window than that door is to me right now. I think it would be somewhere between the Commissioner and the door. It is that close. And out of our third-story window, that's our bedroom, I'm looking at the foundation. And then I look up, and I guess you call it a cellar, basement, looks down into our bedroom. You saw the pictures. Those pictures were out of our home. That's our bedroom. And we have a sliding glass door. They are looking down into our bedroom from both levels, and that's from the patio. So you combine that along with the across-the-board loss of high six figures for about 7 family members there, because nobody is going to live in Los Gatos, pay that kind of money in Los Gatos to have somebody perched above their house and destroying the privacy of their backyard. I've been told by several people that this commission and maybe even the town council is not interested in our loss of property value or our loss of privacy. You deal with other criteria when determining on how to approve something or what to do with it. But it helps explain to you what motivates a whole bunch of us to show up. We're going to lose a lot of our privacy. Our backyards are gone, and we're going to lose a lot of money. Those will probably end up, they could be rentals, maybe not, but you got to discount a place like that to folks that no one wants to live in Los Gatos in that atmosphere. We spent double the money that we had in our Campbell place. We lived in Hamilton Place. We moved here in 06, I believe. No.
It means you have 30 seconds.
That was too fast. I'm going to go to page 4. Dan Ross used to be a member of the General Plan Update Advisory Committee for the town of Los Gatos. He's now on the North 40 Advisory Committee. He told us he was getting help from a planning commissioner, which is why he's not even submitting plans that comply with the FAR. There was a shadow study that Mary found that was pulled from the town's file. Mary will explain the rest of it.
Okay. Thank you,
There are
Mr.
reasons
Tillman.
for my tone.
I understand that, and in all fairness, it wasn't directed to you. I know that when we have a full house, a lot of things can happen, but I appreciate it.
Well, I wish it was. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Tillman, you have a question?
Mr. Tillman, I just have one question. Did you receive notice of the neighborhood meeting?
This one? Oh, the neighborhood meeting? Yes, actually, Mary showed up for it, and Ms. Davis was there and said there's no meeting, and so she left.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Aaron Johnson.
Hi, my name is Erin Johnson, and I live at 150 Madigi Court. I'm going to speak tonight in regards to the abuse of the seller policy and the blatant disregard of rules. The general plan states, encourage basements and cellars to provide hidden square footage in lieu of visible mass. This project is defiant of the general plan, and it drastically exceeds the FAR. It just seems greedy. Reduce the square footage to reduce visible mass. A wine cellar is a luxury. You don't have to break the rules for it to be desirable. Getting story poles properly installed was like pulling teeth. In fact, we're still waiting for the 2-foot sign posting notice of tonight's hearing date. Maybe I'll check back tomorrow to see if it's there. So I'm wondering why the town accommodates Mr. Ross and his cousin. What makes him the exception to the rule? I was born and raised in Los Gatos, and I graduated from Los Gatos schools just as my parents did. I'm excited for my children to follow in those same footsteps. What the developers plan to erect basically in our backyard is not representative of the town that I know and that I love and I grew up in. Further to that, as a granddaughter of the town's former police chief, I've always had a great respect for town government, and this is just really disappointing, so I'm very opposed to this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? The next speaker is Renee Stretchley. And then afterwards, it'll be William Schweckert, Edgar Coral, Forrest Strait, Mary, and is it Badami, and Matthew Levy.
Hi, good evening. My name is Renee Stratulet, and I live at 144 Maggie Court. And I think many of the people here tonight have summarized what accounts for my opposition to this project. So I'm not going to reiterate those points. But I do want to respond to a speaker earlier who was suggesting that we were here opposing because we thought Dan Ross was a bad person or wasn't doing the right thing. That is not at all why we're here. And in fact, a characterization of his personality is irrelevant, as is a bunch of friends showing up in support. They don't live in the community, so I think their presence is slightly irrelevant as well. What I think is relevant is that when the property was purchased, as someone mentioned earlier, it was discounted for risk, so if it complies with the FAR and becomes economically unviable, that's just the way it is. And that's all I have to say.
Any questions? Actually, you do have one, Commissioner Telesphore.
Can you tell me, what's your address?
144 Maggie Court.
Okay, are you at the bottom of the hill?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
William Schweckert.
Good evening. I'm William Schweikert. I live at 144 Magic Court. I oppose this project. Many of the points I came here to speak about this evening have already been made, and they've been made very well. However, I do want to just summarize a couple of small things. The mass and the scale of this project is way out of compliance with the community. As an original homeowner, I had a chance to buy at the very end of Magic Court. And at the very end of Magic Court, there's this huge house, and I'm sorry I don't know the address, that looks down. It's on stilts, it's massive when you look at it. And I chose not to buy that home. And the reason I did is because I was afraid it would fall. That slope is nowhere near the slope that Mr. Ross is proposing to build on. And it scares me to think about earthquake, to think about a 60-foot wall. I really fear that those houses will come down. I also worry about flooding because right now the hillside, when it saturates, the water runs down. And with those homes there, what you will find is that water will accumulate. And instead of seeping into the hillside, it'll run down. So, which again weakens the infrastructure of the home, which I could topple down given an earthquake. So a 60-foot wall, to quote Mr. Ross earlier this evening, is the proposed height of the back side of the house. And that's what we're going to be looking at as our back view, 60-foot wall, with nothing really to look at but some windows at the top. So I think in conclusion, I'd just like to say that that particular variance is way out of scale with the hillside, the slope, and the community of homes that are on Bella Vista and Magic Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Edgar Coral?
Good evening. My name is Edgar Corral. My wife and children and I live at 160 Maggie Court, and we are not in favor of the Bella Vista project proposed by Dan Ross. The extreme economic uncertainty over the past few years has shown the damage that can be caused by a myopic focus on revenue, whether it be corporate America or the housing market of the recent past. Focusing on speculative investments by developers may help a town meet revenue expectations, but at what cost to long-term stakeholders and the reputation within its community? The Dan Ross Bella Vista project is a perfect example of a speculative real estate project. Mr. Ross was aware of the challenges and limitations of the lot in question. As an investor, Mr. Ross invested in a speculative piece of land, fully aware of its history of failed development. If successful in obtaining approval, Mr. Dan Ross would experience a handsome profit, as each home could fetch up possibly to a couple $1 million. On the other hand, a professional real estate appraisal indicated we, the Maggie Court residents, another professional realist indicated that we could expect Mr. Dan Ross's Bella Vista project to result at a minimum of $100,000 and up to $200,000 based on where you're located, 10 to 20% loss in value to homeowners located directly beneath and surrounding neighbors experiencing a cascading economic impact. The aforementioned appraisal was reinforced by 2 local realtors. The overhang of 2 enormous homes, increased noise, blocking of natural light and increased artificial light from above, and concern over the stability of such homes, regardless of engineering reports, detracts from value. Would you accept these conditions as a prospective home buyer or owner? The extreme economic uncertainty over the past few years has shown the damage that can be caused from a myopic focus on revenue or quick profit, whether it be corporate America or the housing market. Speculative transactions are irresponsible, result in questionable decisions by responsible individuals, and often motivated by the mighty dollar. Bottom line, the proposed project is irresponsible. It largely ignores hillside guidelines and the large economic impact it will have on the Bella Vista community. The sole winner is a speculator who has worked the right channels and won favor with the right individuals at the expense of our community. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Thank you. Forrest Strait?
(146) Maggie. Let me preface my statements on rules, regulations, etc. I'm a builder by profession. I've owned two, been partner, owner of two construction companies in the Bay Area, built hospitals, banks, shopping centers, high-rise office buildings. Probably the most recognizable would be the Oracle building in Redwood Shores. I have dealt with planning building departments, Arizona, Nevada, California, and Los Gatos. And everywhere, there's rules and regulations and codes. Sometimes one variance is considered and maybe approved, but never have I seen a completely disregard of rules and regulations just for the prosperity of this applicant. For somebody who has ingratiated himself with the city and its elected officials, I'd like to think that someone like that would hold himself to a higher standard, not a lesser one. Let me talk about trees for a second. In my experience, I've found that you pay a person enough money, they'll tell you anything you want to hear. And let's be honest, these coastal oak trees, despite what anybody says about their health and the reports that you have, are going to live far longer than our grandchildren. We'll look at the two Ellis arborist reports that you have 3 years apart. One was for the city, one was for the property owner, previous property owner. For the city, she suggests it's too bad this small parcel can't be kept as an open space or low-maintenance park, or if not possible, that one home be built, and that the coastal live oak is a very desirable species for the area, and the town of Los Gatos values it highly. She's saying, don't cut down the trees. Second report makes no city suggestions other than the fact that the health of the trees in 3 years has diminished. At my expense, I hired two tree experts. Their reports are in record. I think I sent something a month or 2 or 3 ago. They conclude that 2 of the 3 biggest oak trees are in good health. Third needs some care and maintenance. And both of these experts have told me that the oaks can live another 100 years. One of the experts says that his father, I just learned this a couple days ago, that his father in the 70s injected some French liquid into a sick, almost dead redwood in Los Gatos, and 40 plus years later, it's thriving and sitting behind the Chevron station on Highway 9 in Santa Cruz. These trees all can be saved. Let's not be fooled that the submitted reports that you have, where the tree health is anything less than a 10 out of 10, which is the numbers that they use, and that means that these trees should be mowed down. Of the 24 trees in this
Mr.
property...
Straight, that's the end of your time. Commissioners, any questions? Mr. Straight, you do have one question.
Sir, at what year did you buy your home?
2001, 2003, 2002.
And at that time, did you consider the hillside above you as you were looking at the home?
Yes, I did consider it. It was, actually, we had a neighbor that was part of the discussion in 2002 and 3 when the project then was not allowed. So I had great discussions with her and my realtor sitting here. I had discussions with him also about building and some of the codes and things. I mean, it is a very private issue having, the open space behind you and not having a home 20, 30 feet from you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Straight, one more question. Commissioner Telesfor?
Yeah. Can you tell us, are you also in the row of townhouses below this property?
Yes.
Okay,
I am to the right. As you saw the picture with the stairs, I'm to the right of the stairs.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Straight. Next speaker is Mary Badami.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'd like to clarify 145 Bella Vista. It had a 26-degree slope. It followed the FAR, and it was not subject to the hillside standards and guidelines, just for comparison. And I'd also like to clarify that Mr. Ross bought his property also in December 2004 after the hillside design standards, so he knew what he was buying. As far as the staff report, I find it to be inaccurate and misleading. The first page of the report incorrectly describes the parcel sizes. Page 3 shows them in reverse. This is inaccurate. The second page receipts the consulting architect's report as May 18th, 2011, even though the report is dated January 8th of 2007. I find this puzzling. I made a copy of it in 2008 from the town file. There's an 8-year history of prior site development at this location. It should have been included in the background information, page 3. This omission is troubling. I had to submit a whole stack as a desk item so that you could review what went on before. Page 5, in regard to architect and site analysis, the consulting architect visited the sites and, quote, "The two houses are relatively large and close to the street. The houses will, I believe, be very visible from the residential neighborhood below the sites." These comments were omitted and pertinent to our privacy concerns, which cannot be mitigated. Page 7, in regard to justifying the FAR. For comparative purposes, staff summarizes an approved residence at 52 Oak Hill Way, a parcel with similar characteristics, supposedly. It's located on the other side of town. What staff omits is that the lot size is 11,326 square feet, bigger than the lot sizes combined for 339 and 341 Bella Vista. That project complied with the FAR and the setback requirements. I find these omissions troubling. It's not an acceptable comparison. Page 9, in regard to public comments. Per Ms. Davis, staff arranged a neighborhood meeting through a Bella Vista resident on August 4th of 2011. None of the neighbors attended the meeting. The neighbors did not attend the meeting because we were told it was not a meeting. But I was there, and I had a conversation with Ms. Davis. This is inaccurate, it's misleading. We have never met or been contacted by Jake Peters. We understand he's a cousin of Mr. Ross. We were not contacted by Mr. Ross until we complained to the City Council in 2008. They operate as a partnership, our neighborhood operates as a group, and we question why staff would promote so many accommodations. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Next speaker, Matthew Levy? I can't read the writing. It just starts with an L, Matthew. Okay. Let's move on to the next 5. Brad McCurdy, Lee Quintana, Andrew Cool, Noel Masters, and Deborah Chen.
Hi, I'm Brad McCurdy with Terry Martin Associates Architects right across the street. We were retained by Maggie Court residents to speak on their behalf and to provide a little research. We understand that the property owners have entitlement rights and that they can and will most likely build homes on these sites. But this particular proposal doesn't meet town guidelines when it comes to FAR and setbacks. The applicants are requesting variances for multiple items: driveway length, reduced setbacks, and floor area ratio among them. Variances are intended to address unique hardships created by zoning regulations that are misapplied to specific conditions on a lot. The issues for which this applicant is requesting these variances have been created by the applicant's design, by their desire to build larger homes than what is allowed by zoning regulations. The requested variances are not made necessary by special conditions applicable only to the specific property. You've heard many reasons spoken this evening why each of these proposed variances should be rejected. Although merging the lots would not be considered because of ownership issues, we believe that that would have been a more appropriate proposal. In fact, on your zoning code, you actually have a regulation requiring that in order to be a legal lot in the town, you have to have at least 5,000 square feet in area. And any parcels under the same or substantially the same ownership that do not meet this 5,000 square foot parcel requirement shall be considered merged. So at that time, whenever it was, in 2001 or 2003, when this was noticed, those lots should have been merged by town policy, but they weren't. In fact, if they were merged and the smaller of these two houses, which is proposed at 1,838 square feet, were proposed on the combined lot, it would still require all of these variances because it would be 218 square feet more than the allowable square footage for the entire combined parcel. So I would request, along with the others present, that you reconsider what a variance is, what it means, and why it should be denied in this case, because it's not intended to provide a specific grant of special privilege inconsistent with limitations applied equally to other properties in the vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Next speaker is Lee Quintana.
Good evening. Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. Just have a couple of comments to make that I don't think have been made by anybody else yet tonight. One is the zoning code for non-conforming lots states that if a lot is in a residential zone and recognized by town as a lawful separate non-merged lot pursuant to zoning code 2910-070, a single-family dwelling may be erected if A&S site approval is obtained. And I think that's the whole question. Can A&S site approval be granted given the large size of the lot and the extent that it goes over the FAR? A couple other questions that I had. You know, the hillside guidelines were the reduction of 60% for a slope over 30% was based on the assumption that the lots were large and you would be able to find a space that was below 30%. In this case, we have a 52% slope, which is a really severe slope, and even the FAR would seem to need to be maybe lowered simply because of this extreme slope of the lot. I also read, and I'm not sure whether it was in this staff report or in the prior project, that 75% of the lots on that side of the street have not been developed. It doesn't say how many there are, it doesn't say what size they are, and it doesn't say what the slope of the lots are. But it would seem to me, taking a long-term view of planning, that all of that information should be available and considered before any approval is made on this project. And the FAR is a guideline, and you use it based on other aspects of the property and characteristics. Could be more, could be less. In this case, it seems like it needs to be far less. The other thing I'd like to mention is that garages are not required, only parking spaces by code. And also that there are findings or that need to be made from the Hillside Residential Design Guidelines if you are going to grant exceptions to exceed the FAR. And they are listed on page 28 and 29, or 29 and 30. One of the last one is that there will be no significant visual impact to neighboring properties. And as somebody has already said, the architect has indicated that these will be very visible from the homes below. Thank you.
Any questions?
There are other items that need to be found also.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Next speaker is Andrew Kuhl.
Good evening. It's funny when I hear Dan Ross and property developer, I always think of him as a drummer in a rock band. I live I live at Boyer Lane. I don't want to give my address. I wrote it down because I feel a little threatened by this Bella Vista Brigade. I've been there for 8 years. I moved there specifically because I wanted an urban environment. I came from San Francisco, California. I mean, you have Highway 9, Highway 17, commercial establishments, 2 hotels. I spent almost 1.2 million. I'm looking right into my neighbor, which can sometimes be entertaining. Right now you have a home for sale for 1.9 million. I believe it's 132 Boyer Lane that has apartments right above it. It's listed right now. That's just the deal. I mean, it's an urban environment. So when I hear about, rural, I think my former optometrist, Dr. Coffin, mentioned that. No, then you go up further up the hill. And that's just, so I'm confused. But again, I'm a product of public schooling, so excuse me. But I think it's an urban environment. It's by anyone's reasonable definition an urban environment. And, you know, obviously Dan didn't listen to me because about 3 years ago I told him to just chuck this project. I mean, what he's been through it's insane. I mean, he should be a saint. I'm going to vote for him. Anyway, being a good Catholic. But that's all I wanted to say. I know I have 3 minutes, but I wanted to be, you know, fairly succinct because some of the other parties ran over, and I kind of want to equal the balance here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker is Noel Masters.
My name is Noel Masters, and I live at 208 Johnson Avenue. I consider myself a very relevant guest tonight because not only do I walk my children to school down Bella Vista and through the Kennedy and Los Gatos Boulevard stoplight to get them to school and deal with those traffic issues, but we also developed a property on Los Gatos Boulevard and dealt very well with the Bella Vista residents, and I think that we developed that property on Los Gatos responsibly. So I feel that Dan Ross has those same values and will develop his lots responsibly. I think there's been a lot of energy focused on either not developing or developing within a certain constraint, and perhaps more of the energy can go towards privacy issues or working out ways that can benefit both parties. He is a property owner. It's his right to try and develop. Rules do change. Things do change over the years. But I wish that there could be some sort of middle ground met for him to pursue this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Next speaker is Deborah Chin. And then afterwards will be Andy Wu, Ian McCrae, Gary Schlow, and then last call for Matthew, I think it's Levy. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I had no idea we were such a scary group, so I'll try not to be threatening. My name is Deborah Chin. I've lived in Los Gatos for over a decade. I own Bella's Bridesmaid Boutique in Los Gatos. I'm a member of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, and I own a residence at 154 Maggie Court. I'm frankly outraged by the complete lack of objectivity shown in the staff report and can't comprehend how the finding was made that the project is consistent with Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. This project, if allowed to proceed as outlined in the plan, would have a significant negative impact on the quality of life and privacy for neighbors in the surrounding community. I grew up in New York City, and I did not come to Los Gatos to live in high-density urban housing. The plans do not address any of the major concerns previously raised by the community in 2 meetings with Mr. Ross, most notably the glaring violations of the Hillside Standards and Guidelines. As other people have noted, and per the staff report, each of the proposed homes exceeds the FAR by over 1,000 square feet each. If staff is so concerned about the size of the homes, why are they recommending soft approval? Also, according to the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines, the Planning Commission may approve residential projects greater than the maximum allowed FAR when all the stated conditions apply. In this case, Mr. Ross has not complied with these conditions, especially as it relates to privacy. There's going to be a 2-story profile from the rear of both houses that directly overlooks the townhomes on Maggie Court. The planes of view, natural ventilation, and light will be completely obliterated by the proposed homes. Although Mr. Ross has suggested cosmetic concessions to mitigate visual invasions of privacy, the extreme angle of the hillside, in combination with the height and proximity of the proposed homes, would make it extremely difficult to overcome the direct line of sight into our bedrooms and the rear decks of our homes. In addition, as other people have mentioned, the lights and noises from the homes will also result in severe invasions of privacy. The Los Gatos Town Building Code and the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines should be adhered to on a fair and consistent basis. I'm unclear how the staff report could find that the project is consistent with the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines based on all of the aforementioned violations, and ask that the Planning Commission direct the applicant to revise the plans to be in compliance. Thank you.
Any questions? Ms. Chin, Commissioner Telesfor?
And you live on Maggie Court, and your house, are you one of the condos at the bottom
Yes,
of the
I
hill
am.
as
I'm
well?
in that line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Andy Wu.
Chair Sayak, members of the Planning Commission, I know you don't like members of the public speaking directly to the applicant, but I'm pretty sure only the College of Cardinals can recommend canonization, so I think Mr. Ross is out of luck today. Sainthood, no sainthood for him. Going last, many of the points I was going to speak on have been already addressed, but going last, I also have the benefit of going after someone who addresses this letter, fuck you very much, to the Secretary of Defense. So I feel a little bit immunized in what I'm going to say. I do not live in this neighborhood in which this project is being proposed, but I was here before this commission on a somewhat similar project in my own backyard. As before, I'm going to throw myself out of this meeting at the conclusion of my speech. There's 3 points that I'd like to make. One is to follow up on something that Mary Badami said about not being able to mitigate the privacy issue. Mr. Ross himself stood up here and said at the beginning of this agenda item that wherever you stand on these lots, you're going to be able to look into the townhomes. That, by definition, means you cannot mitigate the invasion of privacy issue. No matter how far you set back a balcony, no matter how you paint up the windows, somebody's going to be looking into somebody's backyard. Now, I'm going to ask each one of you, would you want somebody looking into your backyard? I certainly wouldn't want that to happen. One of the speakers who's going to follow me, architect Gary Schlow, he designed my house. Now, this gets into the second point. Someone used the word ginormous in their speech, and I recently found out what that word meant. I didn't have a clue as to what the amalgamation of 2 words meant, but it seems to me that ginormous is a good definition of where this town is headed in recent years. I mean, we're in pursuit of ginormosity. The term used by Mr. Ross, livable by today's standards. You know, when I first walked in here, I saw these 4 flags. I thought we were going to play capture the flag. Then I noticed they were all the same color. But I remember when my father and mother and I moved into graduate student housing for married graduate students close to the USC campus, that our bungalow house was probably a quarter of the size of where these 4 flags were. And I thought that was big. I mean, I had plenty of place to move around in, to play in. We had a kitchen, a bathroom, 1 bedroom, and a living area. I thought to myself, in my house, what are the rooms I actually use on a daily basis? I use my bathroom, I use my bedroom, I use the study area, and I never cook at home. So basically, that's all I use. Out of about 3,500 square feet, I use maybe 400 square feet of my house. There's no reason I need a house that large.
Okay, Mr. Wu, thank you. Any questions? Next speaker is Ian McCray.
Hello, Ian McCray, 350 Bella Vista Avenue. One of the great things about speaking towards the end is that most of the points have been covered eloquently and repeatedly. But I think the one thing that hasn't been mentioned would be the impact of construction at this site. There is, because of the slope of the lots, there is no space on the lots themselves for cement trucks, lumber delivery, and so all of that will spill into a street, which, as one of the previous speakers had mentioned, is already going through a traffic calming procedure as recently as 5 days ago. And so how is traffic calming going to be accomplished with all of the construction vehicles that will be necessitated by the construction of these 2 homes, even if they were to not require the, 8 variances? I think you really need to take that into account as well as everything else that's been so eloquently put. I thought it was particularly interesting to hear the the other point of view on the trees. I mean, the fact that this proposal calls for basically eliminating a forest is almost unconscionable. This site is too steep. It doesn't lend itself to good traffic flow. I sympathize and empathize with this gentleman, Mr. Ross, who perhaps made a bad real estate investment, but that's just that's just part of growing up, and I would encourage him to do that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Gary Schlow. And that will be my last speaker card. So if anyone would like to speak before I close the public testimony, now's your time to submit a card. Mr. Schlow?
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. I'm Gary Schlow. As I handed my speaker card to Suzanne Davis, I almost thought everything has already been said, but I do have one bit of information that you might find it hasn't been repeated. So I own a house at 22 Charles, which is almost, I can throw a stone over to the other property. It's kitty corner across the bridge. And my wife and I lived there several years ago for a couple years, and then now we live in Montecito, and we keep thinking that we're going to come back to Charles because we really like it there. But I wanted to tell you about my experience with the house on Charles. When I purchased that 12 years ago, it's a flat site. It's 3,200 square feet, approximately, the site, 3,200 square feet. The old house was 1,300 square feet, and we wanted something a little larger than that. So we added a second story, and it's approximately a 1,900 square foot house now, but we were still under floor area ratio by about 200 square feet. People ask me, how can you do that and not maximize your square footage? Well, it just was part of the design. To maximize the square footage would have taken too much open space away, and it felt just right the way it was. So I just wanted to give you those figures because we don't really need these big houses to live in unless you have a big family, I guess. And at the time, we still had one child with us. Like I say, I don't want to repeat any more of the things that were said. This is what I wanted to let you know, because unless you went to the catalog of houses built, and I've built a lot of little houses, you wouldn't know that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, that concludes all our public testimony. Mr. Ross, you will have 3 minutes. There were a lot of statements made, and we certainly will have a list of our own questions. So if you don't get through your 3 minutes, I'm sure many of the commissioners will have questions for you that you'll need answering. Okay?
Well, I'm going to speak quickly just to try to cover a few points because we have spent 6 years on this process. So I want to start with the Maggie Court neighbors talking about privacy and exceptions. They live in 1,600 square foot townhomes on 1,300 square foot lots. I researched that development. That site was zoned for 8,000 square foot lots with standard single family homes. The variances they received are 2 balconies attached to each other, attached walls, really no open green space, very few heritage trees left. Many of them have no driveways, shorter or narrower than normal public roads through their development. In regards to privacy, you can see into their bedrooms right now in their homes from Bella Vista and the trail, which they say is private, but in one of the neighbor letters states right in there that people use that trail. If you use that trail, you can see into their properties now. So they don't have absolute privacy right now, whether I build or not. In regards to traffic, I met with the engineers this week. That street is zoned Class 3 bike lane. Also, our driveway is going to go to the current edge of pavement. Our driveway is not going to go into the road. Most driveways on our side of the street are shorter. When we get to edge of pavement, we're 18 to 21 feet. In one area, we're one side of one corner of one garage or driveway, we're more than 21 feet. Our slope averages about 30. You can just guess along Bella Vista, the slope's going to be pretty similar to all the homes. The reason we're skewed to 53 partially is the drop off right at the road. A big contribution to our slope is we have a trail cut into the end of our lot that our lot line goes into the trail. So we had to incorporate that man-made cut, that is a drastic cut, that was cut by the HOA to create their easement for emergency access. Our average slope is in the 30s if you take the middle part of the parcel out. The house that was denied before us was one 6,000 square foot house across both lots, taking out everything. It was 3,000 up and 3,000 down. And that was what was denied. Again, lastly, my participation in a public committee is my interest to set an example for my kids to volunteer and get to know more about these processes because I think things could be improved. I also donate my time playing drums for the Friends of the Library Committee and the Police Officers Association. So my wife and I have made a commitment to be involved in our town. And I think it's wrong that that be construed as some other thing. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners, any questions of Mr. Ross? Commissioner Telesform.
Thank you for that, by the way. Let's change subjects for a minute, and I wanted to address some tree issues.
Okay.
So in the staff report on page 7, it gives us an overview of the trees, and I did visit the site, and it was difficult to see. I mean, I could sort of see which tree was which, but it was a little difficult. But anyway, so I have to ask you, there would be 6 additional trees will be impacted by construction, which will likely cause them to decline prematurely. And that's the trees that you're proposing to remove, correct?
No, those are the trees we've asked to leave, and the arborist is erring on the conservative side to saying that if we leave them and we put the foundation in, there's a chance that they may not survive.
Okay,
Our goal is everything you see in the footprint is going to be removed. Everything you see outside of the footprint, we would like to keep, just to keep some mature landscaping there.
Because my question to you was going to be, what is the visual impact that those trees would have if they did not survive the construction? You know, what would we be seeing, or what would the neighbors on Maggie Court be seeing?
Well, we would have,
if those 6
if those
trees
trees
were...
didn't live and we wanted to create more of a buffer, we would plant new trees.
Okay, so it would be a significant loss of I mean, it would be bare hills, what you're telling me?
Right, but we could plant mature trees.
Mature trees, okay. And then also, the shadow study on page 9 in the plans, do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Can you take us through that as far as locating Bella Vista and Maggie Court for us?
Are we looking at the upper left?
Yes.
So the house on the upper left would be the house on the left, or the more.
Am I standing? Where am I standing?
You're standing on Bella Vista. These are kind of in order of.
I'm standing in Bella Vista, and okay.
Right, they're in the right location. You know what? This garage has been shifted in order to. There's 2 reasons for me. The plan on the right shows the garage on the left. That garage has been moved to the right. And that was for twofold. One was to get it farther away from the oak tree. 2 was we thought we might as well have a garage closer to the townhomes than living space closer to the townhomes. So this shadow study is not going to, sorry.
So the shadow study isn't correct? Is that
On the
what you're saying?
right-hand side, that is, you are right. That is going
Okay.
to be incorrect.
When you say I'm on Bella Vista, if looking at this square, where am I standing where it says 85 degrees? Am I standing, can you help me out? Where am I standing, and then where's Maggie Court?
If we're looking at the upper left image
Yes,
on page 9,
yes.
behind this house is the row of townhomes that go away from.
So that would be at the top of the page?
That would be behind it.
Mr. Ross, do you have it in front of you? Could you put
I
it
do.
on the overhead so that those in the
that would be
public can
great, yeah.
understand what we're
I
pointing
just have
to?
it in, I don't know how to, I don't have it in.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you. That's a good idea.
Okay, and then if you could take your microphone as you're explaining it and walk us through.
You know what? Somebody said this even as a pointer. Let's see. Right here?
Yes.
Behind here is the row of townhomes that go away from us. So and then there's it's about a 20-foot separation between the two townhome buildings. This is where the stairs go in the middle. We've also flip-flopped this deck to put it, well, no, never mind. We're good on that in terms of this image. So this is the property lot line. This is Highway 9 with some buffer there, vegetation. And then this is going to be the one building and then a 20-foot distance between the two buildings, and then the other townhomes are going to start over here. But, you know, these haven't been put together to scale. But if you were to slide this over a little bit, you know, there's about 3 townhomes that are impacted by this, and primarily one that's impacted by this one.
In shadowing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And remember, these are under the current oak tree canopy. The garages are going to stick up about equal to the canopy that's there now. So they have natural vegetation that is the same height of this garage that's in place now. So the shade is not going to change much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Ross, in the handout that you gave us with the comparable homes on Bella Vista, you could, if you want to just take a look at it, one of the things I noted was that similar-sized lots had smaller homes, appreciably smaller. Would you consider smaller homes?
We've spent a lot of time on that question, and what we concluded was basically the box that you see there's 907 square feet. The garage, I would consider a smaller garage footprint. We went from 400 to 441 to create a little more storage because we gave up our storage underneath.
Well, that was going to be my second question to you, was the depth of the garage. How deep is the garage? I couldn't tell it, actually. I'm sure it's in the plans, but...
A normal garage is 20 by 20, which would be
Right.
400 feet, so it would be...
But I think this is
4 feet.
larger than 400 square feet.
Right, it's an extra 40 feet, so that's 10 times 4 or 2 times...
What I'm saying
point is
is, it could be a less deep garage, which would make the driveway longer.
Yeah, I would have to look if it were width or depth. Suzanne might, or the engineer might be able to answer that better.
The
but
garages
I'm
are
open to that,
21 by
yes.
21. They're 21 by 21.
Okay, so we
instead
can
of
take
20 by
1
20.
foot out of the depth and 1 foot out of the width.
All right.
The question was, can we just use use the footprint? It's basically a 907 square foot footprint, and then we lost 400 feet when we shortened the houses, and we thought we could pick that up. And that was actually a neighbor's suggestion, is that previously was just open storage. And then we thought to ourselves, why not enclose that? Because that footprint's there already. Be more clever with that footprint. Then the question is what's below the 907-foot area? And do we put that on stilts, or do we tuck it into the hill? Half of it is going into the hill. and utilize that space. And then the issue is privacy. Can we block privacy so we don't have eye-to-eye contact with neighbors?
Thank you. You answered my questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, actually, Mr. Ross, I do have a couple. One of the suggestions that was brought, I can't remember which speaker, was just removing garages, since an actual garage is not, it's not required. Was there ever any consideration in using the space that you have currently designed for the garage for the actual home, so that it would push up more and less on Maggie Court?
Well, my recollection is that we have to have either a carport or a garage. So that pad would have to stay in the same place. Because we did talk about, from a height standpoint, does it make more sense to have a carport there and get rid of the structure around it? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does,
Sure.
it does. One other thing, construction management, I know that's like 100 steps further, but have you given thought on how you actually plan to construct if you were to be approved?
Yes, I met with Trang this week, and I met with one of the other engineers, and we talked about an outline for porta potty location. Obviously, parking's tight on that street. We talked about a plan to shuttle the crew in so we can mitigate the parking issue during the construction. And then, in detail, it would be building the driveway and the garage first. And then that creates more of a working pad to do the next phase of work. So we don't have workers all just standing on a hill all at the same time.
And then my final question, if you could just walk, I understand that you've spent lots of years and time and effort onto this, but if you could just walk me through the process, because our guidelines were approved in 2004. You bought the lot in December of 2004?
When that was mentioned, time's gone by. I think we closed escrow in December of 2003, and then it was implemented in January of 2004.
Okay, so if you can walk me through, when you purchased the property, understanding town's guidelines with regards to setbacks and FAR and just the importance of hillsides, could you just help me explain what was it that you understood when you bought the property and what you thought could be built? So, and I'm still having discrepancy with that because of the number of variations you are asking for.
Right. Well, we wouldn't have purchased it if we weren't optimistic that something could be done there that would be livable. It was kind of the message that was given to us. We also read the minutes of the previous meeting to understand what had happened in the past on these parcels. And there's been some comments tonight about staff and ingratiating, and I don't think 6 years of working on this and the amount of time we've spent represents that we've received any favors or anybody, nobody on the staff. Staff is very serious when you walk to the counter, and they don't overcommit to anything. So we did take some risk, that is true, but we weren't going to go into this willy-nilly. So we spent a lot of time during the escrow period coming in and speaking. We started with Joel Paulson, and Joel's knowledgeable, and that's another thing about this, these arguments. We did spend a lot of times on code and guidelines and variances to educate ourselves, because I don't do this for a living. And it brings the point tonight, some comments were made. I want to know who out of these speakers have looked at the guidelines before they want to talk about them, or looked at my plans before they want to comment on the plans. But back to the point, we spent a lot of time at the counter trying to figure out what had happened in the past and then what may happen in the future. There was talk of this new hillside design guideline being implemented, and that might impact us, but we did have smaller than 8,000 square foot lots. We were also told that the lot line adjustment would make sense if it helped preserve the biggest tree on the lot. And back then, what we heard a lot was mass and scale. So rather than one big house, and that wasn't our goal anyway, we always wanted to do this individually for personal reasons, and we may end up living there. So as a side point to some of these comments, but so sorry, I lost my train of thought on that. The process that we were going through was to understand this mass and scale. So what we were told was it makes sense to move this lot line instead of having one smaller house buffered by Highway 9 and then one bigger house, that if that house does get bigger, impacts the 3 townhomes more than what this current plan proposes. Because if we end up with a tinier house on the left and a bigger house on the right, we only have 1 townhome below us on the left, we have 3 townhomes below us on the right. I don't think any of us want that. So we looked at all of these angles, we met with an architect, we met with an engineer during the escrow period, we reviewed the slope. So we spent a lot of time on this in the initial 60 days before we even took ownership of the lots to understand what these challenges might be. There's more, but...
It gives me a flavor, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to close the public testimony, and this gives the commissioners an opportunity now to ask questions of staff and make any comments. Commissioner O'Donnell.
This is a question for the town attorney. I don't recall the findings necessary to support a lot line adjustment, but back of my mind, I remember there was a code section which I thought had some necessary findings, and I have not found those findings in our papers, so if you could refresh my recollection.
We looked at, and the reason why there's no specified findings is it's not subject to the MAP Act, and under Permit Streamlining Act, there's no specific findings for the lot line adjustment so long as it conforms to the town code rules and regarding the general plan.
There's a distinction being made that I don't understand. I recall when I used to be young and practice law, the ones I did, I had to comply with code requirements. And you're saying because of something, we don't have to do it here, and that's what I'm missing. There was a change in the law on the subdivision, on lot line adjustments, and each city had their own. I remember San Jose had a very onerous one, and I don't know what ours is at all.
You have to comply with our subdivision ordinance, and when the town adopted its subdivision ordinance, it didn't adopt any specific findings for the lot line.
So to make a lot line adjustment, we need no findings.
That's correct for this.
It's bizarre. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I do have 2 questions of staff. The first, it was mentioned that Bella Vista is a Class 3 bike lane. Can you explain exactly what that means? And if there's any considerations that we need to put on a Class 3?
Most of the local street here are listed as Class 3 bike routes, and Bella Vista is included in that list within the general plan, the 2022 general plan. There's no striping or anything. It's just they are allowed to use bike on those routes.
So there's no special considerations for bicyclists on, okay. Okay. And the second question, remind me if it's, there is something in our guidelines about exceeding floor area ratio, and that there are certain, I don't know if they're necessarily findings, but one of them is that visible mass to neighbors. And I specifically remember we had this long discussion on a previous project on old Adobe. Can you remind me if that's, is that in the code? Is that in our guidelines? I was looking through our own residential design guidelines and couldn't find it.
First of all, on the FAR, I do want to clarify that we did not apply the FAR from the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. That would have allowed them 36 or 3,800 square feet. We applied the FAR from the R1 Town Code section because that is the more restrictive. So the numbers that are cited in the code are based on the R1 FAR formula, not the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. there aren't specific findings for the FAR listed in the town code. There are findings listed for reduced setbacks, and it's not considered a variance. There's a section that allows reduced setbacks, and there are considerations that you can take into mind when you're deliberating on reduced setbacks. Reduced setbacks are commonly granted on non-conforming lots, and it's usually dependent upon whether it's appropriate for the site and compatible with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner O'Donnell?
I don't have a question. Are we now at the point where we're going to make comments?
Yes, yes, no other questions, it seems, of staff.
Okay, so I'd like to
Please
make some comments. Because, number one, let me just say this. The applicant's worthiness is not what we're talking about. I mean, I don't know you personally, but I'm perfectly prepared to believe you're a wonderful man. So any allusions to personality should not be made. There's no reason to do that. We're trying to apply the law as we understand it, and that's why we ask these questions. So that having been said, because this is a non-conforming lot, it causes us some difficulty. Secondly, no matter what anybody thinks, this gentleman has a right to build on his property. So we don't have any question about that. But what he does not have a right to do is to build beyond what the law necessarily allows. That's where we get into the interesting questions of what exceptions and what variances should be granted. That's where we are tonight. It's not a question of should he be able to build homes there. As far as I can see from our jurisdiction, the answer is yes, he should. So the question I have before me, at least, is should he be able to build what he's proposing? And this, to the casual observer, and all of us have walked by this lot. I've lived in town for over 40 years. I'm lovely street. So I'm very familiar with it. It's a very, very difficult lot. Had you not known the history of this lot, you would know it's a very, very difficult lot. If you knew the history of the lot, you'd know it was a really difficult lot. A couple of houses on that west side clearly have garages in trouble. Access is very, very difficult. That street, somewhat because of the high school kids, can be problematic. And therefore, a driveway which is not well considered could cause problems. This is on a curve. That causes me a great deal of trouble. There are a number of exceptions and/or variances required, not the least of which would be on the cut and fill, and normally you want to have a good reason for that. Secondly, the suggestion is that we ought to we ought to allow excess to the floor area ratio because this is a non-conforming lot and because it's a difficult lot. And whether we agree with that or not, and I think I do agree with that, the question is, and as staff has said, how much of an exception, how high should you go? I personally think that in a way, I wish this lot had not been zoned for building. I think it's that bad a lot, but it is zoned for building, and therefore, I think what the law would normally allow without any exceptions, that is to say 785 square feet for one, 835 square feet for the other, is where I start. Maybe it should be increased a little bit, but that is not the proposal. The proposal is to go from 785 to 1920, to go from 835 to 1838, and I, for one, think that's wrong. It's too big. I'm not going to make a motion at the moment, but I would be happy to hear what my fellow commissioners say. So I have trouble with the cut and fill. I have trouble with the excess, the amount of the excess over FAR. I have trouble with the driveway setback. I have trouble with the basis for these variances. The basis seems to be, gosh, if I build a small house there, what? I'm not going to make as much money, or it won't sell. It isn't crystal clear to me what it is, but normally we know that you can sell a small house, but you get a smaller price. The idea of having a basement and therefore affecting the mass and scale doesn't seem to be discussed much here, and it also doesn't seem to have any effect here. And I agree with the speaker who said that's kind of why we have it. to encourage basements to reduce mass and scale. I haven't seen that that's being affected here. I think the staging problem, which has been raised, is a very valid one. This can be a very difficult construction site to stage, and which will cause real problems for the neighbors. And so that the construction plan will have to be very, very well thought out. The idea of, in the town of Los Gatos, we don't need any findings for lot line adjustment suggests to me, therefore, the rule must be a rule of reasonableness. And therefore, why are we adjusting the lot line? And I guess if the answer is to save the oak tree, that's probably a good reason, except that I'm not sure which comes first. If you're not going to approve the project as proposed, it may be premature to approve the lot line adjustment. So I personally would feel, without getting into the issue of lot line adjustment, we got to kind of figure out where we're coming from on the approval of the architectural site approval. So those are just some thoughts, and I'd sure like to get some feedback from my fellow commissioners.
Okay. Before you do, the question that I'd asked staff about findings for FAR exceedance, they do have an answer now. So, Ms. Davis?
The code does have provisions for exceeding the FAR, and what it says is the deciding body may allow an FAR in excess based on the design theme, sense of scale, exterior materials, and details of the proposed project. Those are supposed to be consistent with provisions of any applicable landmark and historic preservation overlay, of which there is none here. Any applicable specific plan, there is not one in this particular area. The adopted residential development standards, in this case that would be the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. The average, or the lot coverage, setbacks, and FAR of the proposed project are compatible with the development of surrounding lots.
Can you read the last, that the FAR?
It says the lot coverage, setbacks, and FAR of the proposed project is compatible with development on surrounding lots.
With development and surrounding. Okay. Yes, and Ms. Bailey?
I would just like to clarify something, and it's just more for the correct terminology that's being used. There is only one variance that's being requested tonight, and that's for the driveway length. Specific findings, which are state required, as well as town findings, are required for variances. The other ones are deviations or exceptions from like the Hillside Development Standards. So technically those aren't considered variances in terms of when you have to make findings.
Okay. Commissioner Telesfor.
Thank you. As a follow-up to the FAR as you were reading from the code, isn't it also, since it has to be also in alignment with the Hillside Development Standards, et cetera, doesn't it say in the Hillside Standards, though, that all standards and guidelines should be met to grant an exception? And wouldn't this be considered an exception?
The FAR? The FAR is considered an exception. Like, as I mentioned already, we are not applying the Hillside Standards FAR, or it's not an FAR in the Hillside Standards, it's an allowable floor area or a maximum floor area.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
We did not apply the Hillside Development Standards and Guidelines. That would have allowed more floor area on these lots. We applied the R1 FAR formula to the properties because it was more restrictive. So when we have two conflicting guidelines or rules, we take what's more restrictive. We took the code provision versus the Hillside Standard.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Well, I would like to express what my thoughts are. So following up on my fellow commissioners, I have visited the site a number of times, both on foot and by auto. I have visited it in the morning during school hours and during the afternoon school hours, and I did that purposely because I am concerned about the children and the use of the street itself. And while I did not find as many children on bicycles as those driving very large SUVs swinging around that curve, I do think that for me, the shortened driveway variance is something that I am not going to be able to support tonight. So I just want to state that clearly. I don't know what can be done about that. I did ask about shortening the garage, etc. But without at least, I even thought about a turnaround garage, but somehow cars backing into that street while people are going up and down at the rate of speed that they do. And I know there's traffic calming going on, but it hasn't happened yet. And we do have children on foot and on bike. And then we have parents going back and forth. So I don't want to belabor that point. I just want to state it just straight out that that is one of my concerns. My second concern is the impact that the mass of the homes will have on the neighbors below. And with that, though, I want to give the caveat, and that's so that you understand, one of the reasons why I asked what year you bought your homes is because if we've purchased our homes at a time where we were able to look up that hillside and know that the lots up there could be built on, we, as homeowners, have to accept some responsibility for still buying that home, even though there was a possibility that the construction could take place above us. And so I am mindful of that tonight. However, the design, while it's very attractive and I can appreciate the architecture of it, I do believe that the homes are too massive. I do not have a problem with approving a lot line adjustment because I do understand that it's necessary in order to be able to build on two lots, but I do think that the homes are, as they are constructed, are larger than they need to be, and the impact on the neighbors below as well as the hillside is something that I could not support.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Erickson?
So I would start with the same introduction that Commissioner O'Donnell started with, but I won't choose to repeat that. So it really seems to me, given that the owner of the lot has a right to develop the property, what is the reasonable exceptions that will probably strike the proper balance between what is reasonable for the property owner and the impacts that are on the people who are impacted the greatest, the most immediate adjacent neighbors. So I would also not necessarily have a concern about the lot line adjustment. However, whether the lot line is adjusted or not, the size of the lots suggests to me smaller homes than those that are being proposed by the applicant at this point in time. The architectural style, while it's probably appropriate for the neighborhood, the size of the homes, however, don't seem to be necessarily appropriate for the neighborhood to me. So if I'm trying to determine neighborhood compatibility, I think the style is fine. They address that appropriately architecturally. The size of the home doesn't seem to be appropriate for the neighborhood and the particular site. I wouldn't be supportive of the increase in the floor area ratio. It seems to be too great to me. There probably needs to be something greater than the limit that was in order for the properties to be developed. But the topographical constraints and the proximity to the existing residences below, it does create significant visual and privacy impacts on the residents below, those residences. And to the extent that one could both reduce the size and reduce the impact, that's desirable. There's not a clear rationale for me that would lead me to support the reduced rear setback that's proposed for the 339 Bella Vista lot, particularly since it would increase the proximity and the likelihood of a greater impact on the existing residents below the site. I'm not as concerned about the reduced setback to the south because that setback, which is 2 feet, which is significantly lower, is against the parcel that's adjacent to Highway 9 that's not a developable parcel. I'm trying to understand how one could develop the lot without granting a driveway variance to the driveway length. The actual length of the driveway in the present proposal is actually the length of the driveway if I understand correctly, and if I'm not understanding correctly, let the staff correct me. The length of the driveway meets the requirement. Why it's a variance is because more than a significant portion of the length of the driveway is not on the parcel, it's in the public right-of-way. So it meets, so if we're concerned about the length of the driveway and how that impacts whether people can back out or not, the driveway will be long enough to meet the normal standards. The reason for the required variance is because they can't develop that length on the parcel itself. So they may be meeting the intent of what the length of the driveway needs to be in terms of its use. I think that's about it.
Commissioner Telesfor and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Did you want to clarify something?
Well, go ahead.
Okay. There's not much left for me to say, except that I would say to the applicants that, this planning commission, as I know it, has worked hard with a lot of, and very diligently with a lot of other applications before us to make projects work. You've brought to us one that is, I literally haven't seen one this challenging in a long time. And I also haven't seen a privacy concern, an issue from neighbors that is this extreme as well. And I probably wouldn't have even known that, except that when I visited the site, I actually knocked on the door of one of the condos and asked if I could, I identified who I was, and could I please stand on their deck and patio to see what I would be looking at. And I probably was a little stunned by by what the story poles, and then trying to envision the loss of the trees, which is the question I had asked you. I really, and I know someone showed photographs from their inside of their home. It's actually even more stunning than that. It's very startling, as a matter of fact. And so that addresses for me this issue of bulk and mass. Because in hillside buildings, we do have to be very careful. One of the guidelines is that we have to watch out for the surrounding properties. And the way these homes are designed now, lovely as they are from the drawings I saw, they don't come off so lovely looking when you're looking at the underbelly of that house, those homes. I also walked down the rest of Maggie Court, and I looked up at where probably 143 and 145 are, and I noticed that the consistency wouldn't be the same. Those homes are built, and they do also cascade down the hillside, but there are no condos below them. So one of my suggestions, if this was to go forward somehow, would be that as my fellow commissioners, I would have to agree with them, that the homes do have to be reduced in size for sure, but that you cite them when you do this, I hope, in a way that would be the least overpowering to the privacy issues of the neighbors. Let's see, what else? I had a list, but I think you've all pretty much covered it. I'm a little bothered about the variance that takes square footage from one non-conforming lot and puts it onto another non-conforming lot, and we still end up with non-conforming lots. I was thinking that when we apply these variances, it might be to make one more conforming than another, but in this case, we're not doing that at all. I'm still a little bothered by that. I understand about, it avoids a tree, but, maybe we can, with some reduction, it would, we wouldn't have to apply that. And the driveway, if that's what we're voting on here tonight, I have an issue with that as well, and especially because it's on a blind corner. And I did notice that when I was on Bella Vista. Those are my comments now.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
Yeah, I'm not going to, we've all said it.
Yeah.
But what I did want to say is, while it is the right of people to be able to build on what their property is zoned for, it is not our job to aid them to do it in such a way that they are more satisfied by it, or that it is more commercially satisfactory to them. It is not our job. I think it is fair to say we have tried to, at all times, be fair to everybody, and obviously, we are not now suggesting that any increase in the FAR would be denied. All we have before us is this particular increase, which I think we've all said is too much. And the final thing I wanted to say is we have to be very careful in comparing what the neighborhood is, because this west side of the street is so different than the east side of the street. So in comparing the size of the lots and the size of the homes, I, for one, would discount, if not throw out, the east side and look only to the west side. And then it's very difficult to find a neighborhood. These are two very, very bad lots, and that is crystal clear to everybody. If the applicant came in and hit everything on the head, we might have to say, yes, you can do that. In fact, I guess we would have to say that. To the extent the applicant doesn't do that, we don't have to suggest, well, we won't approve that, but here's maybe what we'd approve. We don't know, and that's not our job. We're not to design it. So that's all I wanted to say.
And Ms. Propp, you had some comments you wanted to make?
Sure. I wanted to clarify for the commission one of the issues that Commissioner O'Donnell raised in some of his comments regarding and questions regarding lot lines. Well, there's no specific findings for a lot line adjustment. What the government code does do is caution that a local agency shall limit its review and approval to a determination of whether the parcels resulting from the lot line adjustment will conform to the local general plan, any applicable specific plan, or zoning or building ordinances. So rather than making specific findings, what the government code does is actually limit the purview of your review.
Can I follow up on that for
Sure.
a second? Because Commissioner Telesfor raised an interesting question, and that is, if you have two non-conforming lots to start with, and all you do is wind up with two non-conforming lots, is that consistent with what you just read us? And I know some jurisdictions say, no, we're not going to allow you to take two non-conforming and wind up with two non-conforming. If you're going to do a lot line adjustment, you better get some legal benefit out of it. What you just read, I don't know whether that could be read to mean that.
The lots, kind of reiterating what you're saying, but the lots are non-conforming and you're ending up with a non-conforming lot. So the lot line adjustment wouldn't be really changing anything. You're still ending up with the two non-conforming lots.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if the government takes an action, there's a reason for it. You're looking at the conclusion, well, we're no worse off than when we started. The question isn't that. The question is, why should we do it? Now, there are two reasons we should do it. One is because there's going to be a benefit. If we're turning down the project at the moment or sending it back to the drawing board, we don't know. I mean, I think it would be silly to approve a lot line adjustment if you don't know what the end result is going to be. But that's secondary. The primary question is, are you required to get some benefit from it insofar as code compliance or zoning compliance or any other compliance? It has, again, been my experience that some jurisdictions, and maybe it's only subdivision map applications, would not allow you to approve a lot line adjustment if you didn't have at least one parcel at the end of the day which was conforming. We have problems with these lots because they're non-conforming. We wind up, no matter what we do, with two non-conforming lots. So I think you're telling me, no, we don't have to do that, but I just wanted to find out if that's the case.
You are correct about the MAP Act, is that you can't create non-conforming lots when you do a subdivision. But as the commissioner is generally aware that lot line adjustments are for 4 or less parcels, and they're not subject to the rules of the lot line, or the Subdivision Map Act. So you have, there's nothing that the town adopted that prohibits when you've got one conforming lot. There's nothing in our subdivision ordinance that specifically prohibits that. It's up to the commission to decide whether that is a reasonable action, whether it is consistent and conforming to the general plan.
Okay.
And typically, one more thing, I'm sorry. If If we had structures out there and a lot line adjustment was being contemplated, we would not want to create a non-conforming setback that wasn't currently there. But since we have no development here, shifting the lot line didn't seem to be an issue from that perspective. And we weren't going to create a non-conforming situation, then we already have 2 lots that are smaller than 8,000 square feet now, and that's going to be the same thing. They're just going to be a little more similar in size.
Okay, I just wanted to share my comments, and then why don't we open it up for a motion? I know you've heard from all of us that these lots are terrible lots, and while we can certainly sympathize with you for owning them, and you do have a right to develop them, what we can offer you besides, all we can offer really is fairness, not only to you, but to all people who are looking to develop. And that's what these guidelines and these standards are meant to be. It equalizes it equalizes it for everyone. So when you do purchase a piece of property, you at least know what the parameters you are expected to be followed. And yes, there have been instances where exceptions and variances have been made, but again, the burden is on the applicant. And in tonight's particular instance, I haven't heard anything that would make me think that the reduced setbacks and the floor area ratio would certainly be a reason for exceeding that. One of the things that was discussed, and again, we're not going to say how much is allowable with floor area ratio. One of the things that was discussed, to make it a livable home. But I would also throw back of, livable not only for the 2 families that will be moving there, but also livable for the neighbors that will be living close by and adjacent to it. And so you really have to look at it from that perspective of a 60-foot plane on adjacent neighbors with a reduced setbacks. It really isn't a livable situation. And so I'm going to look to my commissioners now for motion. I see Commissioner Erickson.
Before I make a motion, could I ask you, because the intent of my motion would be to continue the item, so could I ask the chair to reopen the public hearing and ask the applicant what period of time that they would need, and then we can do some coordination with the staff in terms of what the date certain might be.
Okay, and certainly. And Mr. Ross, I'll open. Specific question is, should it be continued? What amount of time would you require before you come back to this planning department?
As soon as possible.
Okay. Ms. Davis, Ms. Bailey, realistically, given workloads, what do you think?
It depends on the scope of changes and whether or not the changes trigger any additional consultant review. The earliest that we anticipate we could get it on is the first meeting in December, which would be
December 12th?
14th.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry. December 14th.
I've just been informed the planner, however, will not be here on that date, so we would recommend a first meeting in January, which is January 11th, and I think that would give the applicant adequate time in working with staff and the consultants in revising the plans.
Mr. Ross, would that be acceptable, January 11th?
I would prefer sooner, but that's my only choice. I will take it.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, do you have a question before I close the?
No, go ahead and close.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Ross, and I'll go ahead and close this portion again. Commissioner O'Donnell?
We are presupposing that the applicant wants to go back to the drawing board. We haven't given really any guidance other than to say we don't like what you're proposing. I can tell you this, I would want a dramatic reduction. I mean, if I were the applicant, I'd kind of want to know, well, where are they coming from? Secondly, the applicant might say, thank you very much, I appreciate your opinion, I want to go on to the town council. But that's fine, we can make our own judgment there. But I think it would be helpful, because I don't know where you all come down either, and I'm not quite sure why we have to come down, but if you say to somebody, what you're proposing is not satisfactory, but we're not going to tell you enough to figure out what we might like, it might be helpful to all of us, at least, if we're talking about dramatic reductions, or if we're saying, we don't know, show us, and then we'll see. I'm saying that in the normal course, I'd like to look at what the applicant says, and then you judge it, but since he's already been here, done that, I'd hate to have him come back and just run him through this process again. So I would say this, that I personally think because the lot is so bad that I would want a dramatic reduction in the size. If the rest of the commission doesn't feel that way, then that's more helpful, I think, for him, and that might help him when he goes back to the drawing board.
I think that would be quite helpful. Why don't we start with Commissioner Smith? I know there are 5 certainly requested. One is a variance for the driveway. The other 4 were just exceedances. One was setback, one was floor area ratio, cut and fill, and there's also the question of there is no basically least restrictive development area. And so just discussing the type of home given this topography, if you could just share as we go down so that it would be helpful to Mr. Ross what you can provide so as he thinks things through.
Can I make one comment before you start?
No. I'm sorry, I closed the public meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
As I stated in my comments, I understand the interest of the developer in the lot line adjustment, and I believe that it's like there's no harm in doing that, and perhaps it would allow him to be even more creative if he intends to go forward and develop the lot. So I do not have a problem with that. There has to be, if you were to go forward and develop, the homes must be, and the other commissioners used the word appreciably smaller in scale and mass. And the driveway issue must be addressed. And I don't know, I don't know how to do that, but I do know that a car backing out into Bella Vista, or having to park across the street because it's unusable. I'm not sure where they would park across the street, but that's a main issue for me. So my 2 main issues are the size of any proposed home and how you have the ingress, egress out of those homes.
Commissioner O'Donnell?
I'm troubled by all of those things. The easiest one is the one I mentioned, the dramatic reduction in the size and bulk and mass. But I am concerned with the setback. I am concerned with the cut and fill. I am concerned for safety purposes, and so it's therefore perhaps more significant, although they are all significant, with the driveway. Commissioner Erickson correctly states it, and I think that's helpful to us, but it doesn't remove the problem. And therefore, how the applicant can address that, I don't have any idea. Perhaps he doesn't either. But those are my points.
Commissioner Telesfor?
Yes, I have issues with the setbacks, especially between the 2 homes, and of course the driveway, since it's on a blind corner, the tree removals, and the possibility of additional trees being impacted by the development. Lot line exception, I still would not want this variance to look like a privilege, and so I do have issue with that, unless there's another reason that I haven't heard tonight that we should grant this to have 2 more non-conforming lots. Let's see, also the architecture, reducing it, in the staff report, it says allowable is 785, 835. I guess if you wanted a number, I don't know, you could possibly go over a little bit, but the main part would be that you keep, after the testimony I heard from the Maggie Court neighbors today and after visiting the site, that you keep them in mind when you are deciding this and redesigning it or whatever it is you decide to do. And also, there was one other thing. Oh, and also the meetings. I don't know if we can put that into some kind of a motion, but I'm thinking that maybe there needs to be another attempt at organizing a better neighborhood meeting with this project. We had so many people here tonight about this. I think that it does, I think it would be beneficial for all, and it seems to be necessary.
Commissioner Erickson?
Without reiterating things I already said, with respect to the lot line adjustment, I guess that I would judge by what the benefit would be with whatever the developer were to come back and propose after the lot line adjustment. It's not, hypothetically, one could develop something that was acceptable with the present lot lines if adjusting the lot line helps address some of the other issues. It would seem like to me that would be reasonable, since we have to make no specific legal findings for the lot line adjustment. I think I was pretty clear on the driveway issue, and I'm one of the people who causes a lot of bicycle traffic on that street, so I ride quite frequently on that street. So I'm very aware of the blind curve and so forth, but it's not clear to me how to address that, but it seems like to me that's something that should be addressed, though I'm not sure that I can figure out what the solution would be, though it's not our responsibility to do that. It does seem to me that the size of the homes that would be built on those lots, whether they're the current non-conforming lots or the ones that were proposed tonight, needs to significantly reduce. And I would agree with Commissioner O'Donnell that for the purposes of considering the size in the FAR, what's much more relevant are the houses that are built on the west side, not on the east side of Bella Vista, because they, in trying to judge and understand that, the similar constraints were faced on developing those lots, so it would seem like to me it would take a significant reduction in the size of the home in an FAR if there were to continue to be two lots.
Thank you. And in terms of the variance on the driveway, I would find it very difficult to agree to that variance, just because given the current situation of given the traffic on Los Gatos Boulevard, good or bad, Bella Vista has become an alternate route for bicyclists and cyclists. And so it would, for a safety concern, I'm very nervous about a variance with the reduced driveway length. And in terms of positives that I think that you should keep in consideration when you're looking forward is, I think you did a great job in terms of blending the architectural style, and I do like how you did try to slope it to match the slope, and so those are certainly elements that we would look for in whatever design that you would choose to move forward with. Okay, commissioners, I'd like to see a motion now. Anyone want to make one? Commissioner Erickson?
I will move to continue the item under consideration tonight to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission, January 11th, 2012. Make sure we get the year right. And with the direction that was reflected in the comments by the commission made in the last few minutes.
And do I have a second? Commissioner Telesfor?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any questions or comments to the motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So it passes 5-0. Okay. And Ms. Bailey, would you like to make any comments?
Yes, I would. I just want to, for the record, that this is continued to a date certain. Therefore, there will be no additional public notices, so please put the dates on your calendars.
We are going to take, let's say, a 5 to 7 minute break. We are going to look for two of our commissioners for the next agenda item. Okay, thank you for everyone's patience as we just transitioned to our planning commission. Okay. And actually, Ms. Bailey, if we can ask you to shut the doors. Thanks. Okay, we are now at item number 2, Plan Development Application PD-11-001, Negative Declaration ND-11-005, located at 800 Blossom Hill Road. I do want to make comment to the notes that Commissioner O'Donnell is recused from this item because he does sit on the board of the terraces, and so that is why he's not here during this item. Okay, Ms. Davis, would you like to give us a staff report?
The Terraces of Los Gatos was approved by the town in 1986. It was approved as a plan development. The plan development was amended in 1989. That modified the composition of the living units that were actually constructed on the site. Residents must be at least 62 years old, or in the case of a married couple, one of the couple must be at least 62. There are 29 BMP units in the complex today. The BMP units were based on the number of independent living units. The independent living units would not be impacted by this project, so the BMP units will stay status quo. The project site's located at the southwest corner of Blossom Hill Road and Cherry Blossom Lane. It's a 9.2-acre site that houses a continuing care complex consisting of 18 buildings. The existing facility includes 175 independent living units, 135 assisted living units, and 59 skilled nursing units. There are 93 employees there at peak periods. The proposal is to amend the plan development to allow a 23,000 square foot building that will house 10 additional assisted living units and 16 memory care units. There are currently 263 parking spaces plus 34 shared spaces at the adjacent Presbyterian Church. 42 on-site spaces will be eliminated with the project. 20 additional spaces will be made available at the church with the shared parking. 198 spaces are required by the plan development and zoning ordinance. And the reason they're kind of grouped is the PD specifies a certain number of spaces based on the independent living units, and then we applied the zoning ordinance for the number of beds for the other types of units and combined those two to arrive at the 198. There will be 221 on-site spaces, even with the loss of the 42, so we'll still have adequate parking on-site, plus the shared parking at the church. The Commission's role on the project is to provide a recommendation to the Town Council. The Town Council is the final review authority because this is a plan development and essentially a rezoning application. The required finding is that the proposed amendment or rezoning is consistent with the general plan. The Commission also needs to make a recommendation on the mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring plan. And that concludes staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any questions? Commissioner Erickson.
This is maybe a technical question to be sure I understand something. So is it really truly a rezoning? Is it to rezone? It's essentially been rezoned already with the existing PD, so it seems to me we're not, unless I misunderstand, we're not rezoning, we're amending the existing PD, which already incorporates the zoning change in it.
Yes, you're amending, it's a PD overlay, and it's technically a rezoning because we're modifying the ordinance that governs the property, but yeah, we're not changing the zoning designation per se. That was, when it was rezoned to the RM 5 to 20 PD designation, the only difference is we changed it to RM 12 to 20 to match the current zoning designation.
This may just muddy the waters further, but generally a PD ordinance is the zoning. So even if we make any modifications, it's technically a rezone.
Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for the report. I have a quick question about parking. So without the shared parking at the church, the site has adequate parking to cover the required numbers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Then why do we need shared parking with the church? I mean, it seems like if there's not enough parking, they wouldn't, I mean, if there's enough parking, they wouldn't need to have the shared parking. I'm just confused by that.
Well, the applicant may want to address that, but they use it for overflow with, I think they primarily use that parking for visitors and staff, so that there's available parking on site. But this is just something that they've worked with the church over the years and have the agreement that they can use those parking spaces if there's an overflow.
Okay.
But the majority of the residents don't drive in the assisted living and the memory care units. They don't drive.
Okay. I have further questions, but I guess I'll save them for the applicant, so.
Any other questions? Commissioner Smith?
I just want a clarification on the parking as well. The shared parking, though, is owned by the church and just used by the applicant, correct?
Correct.
And, well, I can wait till after the applicant gives the presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. So we are going to open the public testimony. I have 2 speaker cards. I believe they're shared for the applicant, Alex Candela and Dan Schneider.
Good evening.
Okay. So you have 5 minutes cumulative.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief and address the questions that were raised already. My name is Alex Candalia. I'm the Executive Director at the Terraces of Los Gatos, located at 800 Blossom Hill, far away from Bella Vista. Through 19 years of operation, I just want to make sure that's clearly noted. The Terraces has been a good neighbor, a business leader, and service provider for the town of Los Gatos. The need for a nice home for people with dementia is essential in the town of Los Gatos. Currently, when we looked around, there are only 58 beds specially designed for people with dementia, and that's on National Avenue. Looking at the recent data, there's about 5,300 seniors over 65 in the town of Los Gatos. And looking at current projections, 1 out of 3 over age 85 will have dementia. This is staggering, and I think the need is there. Certainly, ABHAO has been, or the parent company, has been in the business for a long time, since 1949. 7 out of our 10 CCRCs have dementia projects, so this is a program that we really know well. Unfortunately, when the members of the Presbyterian Church of Los Gatos, when they envisioned to have the senior retirement community in that spot, the thought was great. Unfortunately, with the rising needs of the seniors, we have not included in the plan a center for those with dementia. Currently, our residents who are diagnosed with dementia have to be outplaced in a place that is not familiar to them. It is heartbreaking to see couples when they have to go out in the morning and visit the spouse somewhere else. That's always a challenge. But really, the idea is to provide a place for the future. So in the town of Los Gatos, like I mentioned, there's only 58 beds available. The church connection has been essential since the 1970s. So although we don't need the parking spaces, that connection, that spaces that were being shared is the connection between the church and the Terraces of Los Gatos. And that has been used as an overflow for church functions or for the Terraces functions as well that they conduct at the Terraces of Los Gatos. I'm going to yield the time to Dan Schneider, who is our lead architect, to discuss the details.
Thank you. My name is Dan Schneider. I'm the project architect on the project. Dovetailing off of what Alex said, I believe the general plan also supports the development of senior housing in the town of Los Gatos, as well as the housing elements piece to support continuing care and age-in-place models of assisted living. So this is the proposed site. The existing facility, as we discussed earlier, to the right side is the independent living apartments. To the top left is the skilled nursing facility. Below that is the lodge that connects the skilled nursing facility to the assisted living below. And the addition will be the black line over the parking lot where we will have the addition. The second floor will have 10 assisted living units, and the first floor will be the memory services area of the facility. So it's important to note that you'll enter the facility through the main courtyard, the main lodge, and it'll be connected to the existing assisted living as an addition to it. Along the west and the south site property lines, there's an existing concrete wall to shield us from the neighbors, as well as a line of mature redwood trees that provide a buffer between the retail center to the west and the couple houses to the south. Through this process, we've also engaged the neighbors and have been working with them, addressing their concerns and involving them in the process. There is a shared access drive through the parking lot of the retail that has been there for some time. The site, there's a lot of lush gardens on the site. We're going to continue with that design in the courtyards. We're saving the trees. We have 9 that we're taking out, but we're replacing them with over, I believe, 40. That's stated in the report. There will also be a discovery garden for the memory services that's dedicated to the memory service. Did I go over my time?
Yes, you did.
Oh, sorry.
Let me see if there's any questions.
Sorry.
Commissioner Smith?
I have a couple of questions, but could you go back to maybe the second slide? I just want to make sure. I have visited the site. Can you tell me where the preschool playground is in relation to?
I believe that's on the other side of
It's on the opposite side.
of Cherry Blossom Lane, so to the far right of the site.
Okay, I was trying to get the shadow in alignment with my own mind. The church preschool is close to it.
Oh,
Mr.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Candela, do you have a pointer? And Commissioner Smith can explain what she was asking.
Yes.
The church preschool is right here,
Okay.
and their play yard is right here.
Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That wasn't captured on mic, so if you could just have all comments kept on the microphone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So the preschool is, the church preschool is right here,
Okay.
and I believe that's the preschool you're referring to. There's also a school on the other side of the church.
Isn't Pepper Tree School along there as well, Cherry Blossom? Or maybe I got the wrong.
Blossom Hill.
What's it?
Blossom.
Blossom Hill is on the other side.
Yes.
Okay. The second question I have just is about the building itself. So that I understand, the assisted living on the second level, is that going to be for couples where one person is suffering from dementia, or is that just additional assisted living?
It's additional assisted living. There'll be 1-bedroom units so they can accommodate a couple. But they're not Alzheimer's or dementia care.
So that will only take place on the first floor. So
Correct.
the second, so really what we're doing is adding more assisted living, even though you're calling the center the memory care center.
Yes, so the memory care center is assisted living, but it's a specialized design to deal with Alzheimer's and dementia. I'll take you to the floor plan. Basically, the units, instead of opening onto a hallway, they open onto a central living area to recreate a home-like feel. So when a person with dementia leaves the unit, they're not greeted by a hallway, and which can be confusing and disorienting. They're treated, they're exiting onto a living room and a dining room and a kitchen where that's active and within their space.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I want to go back to the parking. Could you point out on here where the shared parking spots are? Are they designated spots? Are they?
Yes.
I want to understand how the shared parking arrangement works.
So there's a connection to the loop drive on the site that connects directly to the church. So that's the shared parking, and this is the loop. So that connects directly to the site for the shared parking.
And the new shared parking units are going to be just
in the same
extended
spot.
in the same spot?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Telesfor?
About the parking, is that shared parking, is that under agreement? Is it a written agreement, or is it just a verbal agreement?
It's a formal agreement. It's a formal agreement.
Meaning, maybe we could have,
Yeah,
well, tell us your name again.
You could identify yourself.
My name is Alex Candalia. The PCLG, or Presbyterian Church of Los Gatos, has had this agreement before to provide us 24 parking spaces. They have allowed us an additional 20 other spaces, and with that, we signed another formal contract agreement in exchange for some responsibilities over the maintenance of the lot and also the maintenance of the parking lot as well.
Okay, that's, I wanted to clear that up. And I have one other question, can I follow up? And that is that in your letter, let's see if you wrote this letter. Not sure if you did, Mr. Kandula. Oh, Russell Mock did? Is that you?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just, in the letter, I don't know who can address this, but it said that the Terraces has determined that adding a building to serve those afflicted with Alzheimer's will ease the lives of the Terrace residents and their families, as well as provide a local care option for the residents for Los Gatos. So my question is that meaning that it would be open to others who do not live there? And if that's so, how would people know that? And do you need to be on a waiting list for that? I mean, is there a system for how you would encourage residents of Los Gatos to use your memory services?
This is Alex Candalia again, addressing the question. The Terraces of Los Gatos has always been open to people from outside. Certainly in residential living or the independent living, the bigger part of the project, there is a contract agreement where an entrance fee is involved. I'm probably saying more than what you need to know, but also in assisted living and the health center. So we welcome people from the outside as well. So as soon as people come into residential living, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're the only ones we admit in health center, dementia, or assisted living.
So the answer to my question is there's already a system in place
Yes.
that could accommodate this. Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Thank you. This is probably for the architect. There's a water line easement that goes through that parking lot.
Correct.
Just curious. It said it was going to be quit claimed. Could you explain what that means? And
Yes, the water line easement will be vacated. And I'm not sure quickly. Sorry, I'm going to refer to my civil engineer.
That's fine. And again, if you can identify yourself.
Yes, Ray Hashimoto with HMH, consultant to the project. We have started the process to quit claim a water line easement for an existing water line that serves the facility. There will be that line will be replaced by another water facility, and actually will become privatized. So we won't have a San Jose Water Company easement for that particular one, but there will be obviously water service to the new facility. It's just going to be private as opposed to through San Jose Water Company.
is it going to be in the same location?
No, it will run to the east of the new building.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, I have one speaker card, and so I will let them speak, and then you'll have 3 minutes afterwards to make any closing statements, okay? And the next speaker is Ned Finkel. Mr. Finkel, if you could just state your name and address when you get to the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ned Finkel. I live actually very close to the facility on Shannon Road, 16608 Shannon Road. I've lived in Los Gatos 40 years. I'm an elder at the church, the Presbyterian Church of Los Gatos, so I was involved working with them so far on this project. So not only am I a neighbor and I'm an elder in this church, but I also have my in-laws who live with me who experience dementia and stages of beginning of Alzheimer's. So I'm kind of familiar with the challenge. So I'm a supporter of it, and we've been working together to see if we can't make things come together so it works. We have a 20-year parking agreement that we have in place with the terraces already. So we've been working off an existing base. We expanded it recently, earlier this year, to include another 20 spaces, and they've flowed into those spaces, and evidence would be that it's working perfectly, as it has been for many years. And we have a cooperative arrangement in terms of the maintenance of our parking lot and a number of other things. And a lot of our members actually happen to live in the terraces, so we have a very symbiotic relationship with them, as does Shur Hadash. So it's a good example of a cooperative arrangement between organizations, and also the obvious eco-sensitive situation of not covering up a lot more land when our parking lot is not in use at certain times of the day, and their parking lot needs overflow. So I think we've worked out quite a good situation. So I actually just wanted to open up for questions if you have any.
Any questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
I just want to confirm, they're losing 42 spaces, and you're giving them an easement or an agreement to use 20 more. Are you concerned about the parking impacting your parking needs at all, given those changes?
I guess what I would say is I deal with it by observation. I live across the street, and I get up every morning, I leave, and I view the parking lot, and I kind of observe daily what's been going on. I've lived there for 16 years. So what I've observed is we have an existing area for many years that they helped us build, and they've been in and out of that quite nicely, no problem. We expanded into another 20 spots, and it's worked just fine. They've actually had a lot of activity going on where they had to clear out that whole area, and we haven't seen a problem of overflow beyond that into our lot. We have provisions if we had to. We could continue to negotiate on additional terms if we had to, and we're on very good terms with them, so we would work that out. I think right now what they have is sufficient, but we've Alex and I talk a lot, and we just joke about, okay, how many more beers you got? We got to trade here to make this work, because I think both organizations are committed to make it work.
Commissioner Smith?
I just have one question about the church, and I'm glad that you're an elder there. I'm looking at both ends of the spectrum, so I'm looking at the seniors, but I'm also looking at the children, the younger children, and I just wonder about the future plans for the church to expand its childcare facilities. I mean, I'm trying to anticipate what need you would have for that land.
Yeah, and it's actually a pretty generous lot. I think it's 6 acres or so. And we're kind of right now, I'd say we got a big suit and we're growing into it. We actually have plenty of room. We're not challenged for space at this point. I think if we did, we could deal with it. I mean, we would have ways to potentially go up a little bit within the main structure. There's a grass lot out there in the play yard that is not utilized. And we actually talked about using that for the memory unit at one point. So I think we have quite a bit of flexibility. I don't see in the near term, I think we could probably double in attendance to our church before we'd be pushing the edges of that. And I'm not worried about it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Finkel. Okay, and so Mr. Candelia, am I pronouncing it correctly? Candelia? Okay, and Mr. Schneider, you have 3 minutes to rebut what you've heard or share anything you'd like, or just answer questions.
Okay, yeah, we're excited to be here. We feel the project will be a benefit to the town of Los Gatos, and I guess thanks for having us.
Okay. Commissioners, any last questions? Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to close the public testimony, and then you'll just hear the commissioners deliberate. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Erickson.
So if I understand the staff report correctly, there are only 198 parking spaces required under the applicable PD and town code, and the new building doesn't that would be inclusive of the new building, correct? And there's more than that on site, even if one were not to count the shared spaces, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so then the follow-up question to that is, if we had concerns and wanted to memorialize, does the town have the authority to memorialize in some way a requirement to include in the PD that there would be the requirement that there be an agreement with the Presbyterian Church?
I don't see anyone else jumping to take their mic. Since it isn't a requirement to provide those spaces, then while the commission could certainly point that out and make a record that you would encourage the continued shared parking agreement, I don't believe that you could make it mandatory since it's not a requirement.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
One small comment and then a question. It seems like maybe we need to revisit the parking requirements because, by our standards, they have adequate parking, but it's clear they need overflow parking. So that's what's bothering me because something seems amiss there. But my question is, given recent council direction on community benefit, do we still need to make the finding for community benefit? I thought that was going away.
It hasn't gone away yet, so we did include it in this project.
Okay.
So just for clarification, while that was part of a study session for the council, they haven't acted on that yet. It hasn't come back. And so for the purposes, we still have that requirement as part of the project requirements.
Okay, Commissioner Jensen?
Madam Chair, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
My motion would be to recommend approval of the proposed zone change, which we understand to be really a change to the pre-existing plan development zone. And that would be for plan development application PD-11001 and to, what do we do, approve or recommend approval of a mitigated negative declaration ND 11005. I find that the proposed zone change is internally consistent with the general plan, and it's also consistent with the pre-existing plan development ordinance that is in place. I would also propose that we can make the finding for community benefit based on the representations we've heard both tonight regarding the need for assisted living and memory care or Alzheimer's care within both the terraces and within the community at large in the Bay Area. And that would definitely provide a benefit to the public. And with respect to the parking, what I would say is that clearly the parking meets our requirements, whether they make sense or not. But I think they particularly make sense in this situation where there's very admirable cooperation happening between property owners to make sure that parking is taken care of, that the people that would occupy this space most likely would not be using a vehicle. Obviously, people visiting them would, or people serving them would be. But that seems to be taken care of. So I'm not really troubled by the parking situation, and I'm comfortable in recommending it. And may I just say, it's nice to see a project come in and use a paved space in the back corner next to a shopping center, away from a school, off a ridge line, not destroying any trees, replacing trees. So thank you. And so my motion is to recommend approval.
Do we have a second, Commissioner?
Can we get clarification? Just wanted clarification from the maker of the motion before there's a second, is that you made a motion to forward the recommendation to Town Council to approve the mitigated neg deck. Did you also intend to include the mitigation monitoring program in that motion?
Yes, thank you. And I'm specifically not including any requirement of a continued agreement. I think that's between the private parties. They've demonstrated a willingness to cooperate, and I don't think that it would be proper for us to condition any kind of motion going forward on a private agreement.
And for a second, Commissioner Erickson, since you wanted to make the first motion, would you like to second?
I'll appreciate the opportunity to second the motion.
Okay, any comments, Commissioner Talasvar?
Yeah, I will support this. How could we not? And I honestly would say that that the reason I asked about the parking agreement was that is between you two, and it seems that it's been formalized, so that's well taken care of. I don't think it's something we need to get involved in, but I also think that in this case, the community benefit is exactly what's being offered here tonight, and we'd like to thank you very much. Who knows, you might be seeing us there. I hope not, but.
Commissioner Erickson, do you have a comment?
I want to add one comment for the record. The type of community benefit that is being included in the motion introduced by the Vice Chair is, I believe, consistent with the kind of community benefit that is appropriate given the discussion at the study session with us. So sets an excellent precedent for the staff to consider as they're helping to draft that and for consideration by the town council.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes 6-0. Well, you were talking, so I assumed that was a yes. Okay, passes 6-0.
Hey, thank you. I saw your...
Did that work out?
Working on other reports. Plenty of work to do. I just pushed.
Okay, we're just waiting on Commissioner O'Donnell, but while he's walking in, I'll go ahead and introduce the next item. It's item number 3. It is Architecture and Site Application S-11-054, located at 100 Constance's Court, also known as 15881 Linda Avenue, Lot Number 1. Before we begin, Commissioners, there is a desk item on this, and before we begin, any disclosures that we need to make on this property? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yes, I wanted to make a couple disclosures. First, my fellow commissioners are aware that I had to recuse myself from the PD hearings on this because at the time I was working at a consulting firm that was involved in the process. I no longer work for that firm, so I no longer have any vested interest in that. Also, I did want to disclose that not having actively participated in those hearings, I did actually watch them all, both Planning Commission and Town Council, so I do feel fully prepared to participate in tonight's Arkansas site application. So.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? Okay. And Madam Prop, would you like to make a couple comments on our desk item?
Sure. For the record, as the planner, Ms. Mosley, will comment, there was a very lengthy last-minute desk item. And I want to just advise the commission that this opponent, Mr. Kreitz, had been advised as early as August of 2010, last year, about last-minute document dumps. And the prior town attorney had likened it to that and advised this opponent that when there is a large amount of documents that are just dumped, whether it be a CD or written at the last minute, what's evidence that the commission needs to consider is what's before you and what's brought to your attention at the meeting. There isn't any requirement, while you've all indicated separately that you've had an opportunity to read it. It was provided to you. We've taken several breaks so that you could have that time. I want to indicate to you that what you should consider is what's in the record tonight, and what's in the record is what's presented to you orally, what's in the staff report, what's in the desk item, and for any speaker that wants to call to your attention. But in no way is the commission required to go through and comb through hundreds of pages or tons of 20s, of 30s, of 100 pages, and glean every issue that, unless it's raised orally at the time of the presentation by the speaker. Commissioner Jensen.
I actually have a question about that, because as I hear your comment, that implies that we need not pay attention to desk items. Like, that can't be the direction you're giving us.
That isn't. It's really when there is, the consideration is if somebody walked in here with a CD or a DVD of 100 books from the library and just submitted in the record, this commission isn't under any obligation to take a recess, go read, and watch the DVD and watch the 100 documents or books that are on that DVD to glean. It's incumbent upon the staff, any presenter, any speaker, to summarize those points and make sure that they've made those points to this commission. We would, and again, we're not talking when there's a couple of pages, when there's a reasonable amount, or it's been presented in a timely manner. This opponent, in this case, had been advised when there's a last-minute document, large, voluminous amounts of document, that they had been cautioned that unless it had been supplied, any advisor, the public agency body, whether it be the Planning Commission or the Town Council, should consider what's presented to them and made part of the record, either orally or clearly in writing. In this case, this opponent submitted a 2-page summary letter, which is Exhibit 8, and should be taken under consideration. But the voluminous documents attached to that is certainly in your purview as to what weight to consider, if consider at all. Any other questions? Okay. Ms. Mosley, are you ready to provide a staff report?
I am. Thank you, Commissioners. Chair. The subject site is Lot 1 of 7 within the 15881 Linda Avenue Plan Development, which was approved by the Town Council on September 20th, 2010. An architecture and site application for all 7 houses was approved by the Planning Commission on September 22nd of 2010. Due to the discovery of a wood rat nest at the rear of Lot 1 during the environmental review process, the site plan and civil drawings were amended, which were not fully reflected on the architectural drawings. These changes created minor differences between the approved architecture and site application drawings for this lot and the approved PD. The applicant is requesting to modify the approved architecture and site application to rectify the discrepancies and to make some architectural changes to the elevations. The proposed changes include relocation of the front entry and dining room. While leaving the garage in the approved location, the applicant has shifted the front of the house back 5 feet to provide the necessary backup, which was previously blocked by the front step to the residence. In addition, the new location allows for additional landscaping between the house and the driveway. The applicant is also proposing minor changes to the building footprint and elevations. As a result of the relocation of the front dining room wall, the rear and side walls have shifted slightly. The footprint remains the same size as that shown on the approved PD, and the side walls do not encroach any closer to the side property lines than those showed on the approved PD. The proposed elevations do not incorporate new materials into the design. They merely modify the amount and location. Staff finds that the revised elevations to be an improvement to those approved with the original architecture and site application. Upon preparation of the detailed architectural and construction plans for the development of Lot 1, it was discovered that the approved architecture and site plans would have presented a slight encroachment of the deck into the riparian buffer. The plans have been revised to pull the deck back from the riparian buffer. In addition, a new 3-foot garden wall is proposed between the riparian wall and the deck. This allows better drainage along the rear portion of the property and creates a lower profile for the deck than originally approved. And lastly, the proposed grades have been raised slightly along the eastern side of the house in an attempt to reduce the exposed building face and reduce the apparent building height. The proposed drainage swale and grades along the north and east sides of the property are consistent with the approved PD and ANS. This modification reduces the visual height of the residence when viewed from the rear or east side. The proposed changes are in compliance with the approved plan development, EIR, and will result in minimal aesthetic changes to the approved streetscape. The slightly revised grading along the north and east side of the property will further help reduce the visible mass of the structure and will be consistent with the approved drainage plan for the property. Staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the application subject to the attached conditions. This completes staff's report.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Jensen.
Just have one question. I just want to make sure it gets on the record that, as I understand from the staff report, that the changes that are being requested could have been approved at a staff level at DRC, but it's at the discretion of the staff that we're reviewing this project?
Correct.
Yes, Ms. Prop.
And just for the record, because I've cautioned you on the desk item, I do want to clarify that staff has responded to each of the comments that that for those of you who have gleaned all the nuances of the desk item, Mr. Kreitz submitted several partial documents that have been submitted into a variety of court hearings on this matter. At the present time, the matters have been resolved in the town and applicant's favor. There is one new petition that's pending as of September 2nd that only challenges the final map. There's nothing about the allegations or claims in that writ before the court that would in any way inhibit or prohibit you from considering this application tonight. And we're available for any questions if you have them.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the applicant forward. I have a speaker card for Galina Novick and Leon Summers. If you could just state your name and address for the record.
I'm Leon Summers. I'm an architect with Summers & Novick, a Los Gatos firm. The conceptual plans were approved. They were created by another firm, and we were asked to do the working drawings. So when we started the working drawings, we discovered some necessary changes that needed to be made. And discussing that with planning, they suggested that we submit that for Planning Commission approval. So we're here to answer questions if we can regarding those working drawings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Well, it appears there are no questions and there are no speaker cards. So I am going to close the public testimony, and I am going to look to the commissioners for any questions of staff and or comments and or a motion. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'm just going to go ahead and make a motion. I think, you know, if you look at the site, you look at the site plans, you look at the rationale behind all the changes, it's consistent with the PD. All of the changes make sense, and they're all to the benefit of the project, I think. So I'm going to make the motion that the proposed project is consistent with the approved PD, and I can make the required considerations as required by Section 292150 for granting approval of an architecture and site application as laid out in Exhibit 2. And it's, I can determine that it's also in compliance with the single and two-family residential design guidelines, and therefore I recommend approval of architecture and site application subject to the attached conditions.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bourgeois, Commissioner Talasfor.
I will second that motion. I painted Linda Court a site visit this weekend and was really very, I hadn't seen it since it started development. And I have to say I was very impressed by how the street really does continue that neighborhood. And when I served on the CDAC committee and saw this project, one of the real caveats that I had was that the project not be a separate neighborhood, but actually flow for and become one with what was already presently there. And I think that it's going to be very successful. So I'm supporting the motion.
Okay, great. We have a second by Commissioner Talasfor. Any comments? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
This decision is appealable to the town council. There is a 10-day appeal period, and there is a fee for filing an appeal, which is upstairs in the town clerk's office.
Okay, we are now at item number 4. It is architecture and site application S-11-022, located at 264 Old Adobe Road. And just show of hands, commissioners, everyone that's done a site visit, just raise your hand. And any disclosures necessary? Okay. And Ms. Mosley, can you provide this staff report?
Yes, thank you. The subject site is located on the east side of Old Adobe Road, approximately 250 feet north of Bicknell Road. The subject property originally contained a 2,105 square foot residence with a 528 square foot attached garage that was demolished by fire in January of 2010. We're all getting our years off tonight. The project site is a 10,370 square foot interior lot zoned R18, and the applicant is proposing to construct a 3,011 square foot single-story residence with a 498 square foot attached garage. The applicant's original proposal included a 2-story residence. Based on feedback from the adjacent neighbors and strong concern from staff regarding neighborhood compatibility of a 2-story residence, the applicant redesigned the residence to a single story of similar height to the adjacent residences. The proposed residence conforms to town code and the town's residential design guidelines, but would create the largest residence and the largest FAR within the immediate neighborhood. Staff has forwarded the application to the Planning Commission for consideration regarding this matter. It should be noted that while the existing residences along this portion of Old Adobe are currently between 2,100 square feet and 2,600 square feet, any of these residences could apply for building permits to construct single-story additions that would create a similar-sized residence to what is proposed, and no planning process or approval would be required. As you can see from the desk item you received this evening, the rear neighbor requested that changes be made to the proposed landscaping plan. Those changes have been made and were approved by the neighbor. If the Planning Commission chooses to approve the application, the revised landscape plan should be included by reference. If the Planning Commission finds merit with the application, staff recommends they approve the application subject to the attached conditions with the referenced landscaping plan.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. And I don't have a speaker card for the applicant, so yeah, if you could speak and then fill one out afterwards. And just identify your name and address.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Minerva Abad of Elite Design Studio in San Jose, California, and I'm the project designer of this proposed residential new residence. So I'm here to answer any questions, but I brought in a document that I would like to share with you, if I can just. The document is just a summary checklist, which indicates that we not only meet the city zoning codes and requirements, but we also comply with the design guidelines. So I would like to make a petition for the commissioners to recommend approval of this project. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, well, there are no speaker cards, so again, I'm going to close the public testimony. And Commissioners, any questions of staff? Seeing none, any comments or a motion? Commissioner Telesfor.
You know, I'll go ahead and make a motion, just start, and then if anybody has comments. I was very impressed with this application because initially there seemed to be some challenges to designing this home in your neighborhood. And yet, as I read through it, it just seemed that the applicant has complied with our documents and policies, worked with staff, and even though it will be the largest home in the neighborhood, in your surrounding right where you are, the way it is designed does not come off showing that additional bulk and mass, which is really, this is what we look for, showing that you can have additional floor area ratio and square feet without it looking visibly bulky and massive. So I think with that, I'm going to move to approve this application. Architecture and Site S11-022, requesting approval to construct a single-family residence on property zoned R110, APN 407-09-019. I can make the findings for CEQA that the project is categorically exempt pursuant to the sections 15303 of the State Environmental Guidelines as adopted by the town and required compliance with the residential design guidelines. The project is in compliance with the residential design guidelines for single-family homes, not in hillside residential zones. It fits very nicely right back into your, the plot, your land. And the considerations, as well as required by Section 2920, 150 of the Town Code, the considerations in review of an architecture and site application made during reviewing this project.
There's also a desk item, Commissioner Telesfor, as Exhibit 10 that includes the landscaping plan.
Thank you for reminding me. So I would like to also include the desk item, oh, where is it? Which is, where is it? Is the applicant also to include in the motion, the applicant has revised the proposed landscaping plan, which was Exhibit 10, and has submitted drawings and photographs.
Thank you. Commissioner Bourgeois.
I was going to second the motion and
okay.
just make a quick comment
Yes.
that I would like to concur with Commissioner Telesfor's comments that I think this is a great example of, I think, how the process is supposed to work. And the fact that they've achieved a somewhat larger home, but keeping it one story, I think the designer did a nice job of fitting it into the neighborhood. I think it actually looks less massive than the house right next to it to the right. And so I would like to commend the applicant on that. And I think it sets a good precedent because there's going to be probably future redevelopment in this neighborhood, and I think this sets a nice tone for that.
Yes. Okay, so, and you did second that? Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just have a question. I probably just missed it. You were incorporating the conditions set forth in Exhibit 3, were you not?
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I thought I did.
You may have. I wanted to
Yes.
check, that's all.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? It passes unanimously, 7-0. Thank you. And are there appeal rights?
Yes, this decision is appealable to the town council. There is a 10-day appeal period. There's a fee for filing an appeal, and the forms are available upstairs in the town clerk's office.
Okay, that concludes our public hearings for the evening. Are there any announcements from community development?
Yes, I have two announcements. One is an update of what happened at the last council meeting. council approved the Honda site, 16213 Los Gatos Boulevard. They approved the off-site BMP unit, and they also approved that the Planning Commission be the deciding body for the architecture and site applications. And just, we will forward, follow up with an email on this, because I'm sure you don't have a calendar ready. But there is going to be a Los Gatos Boards and Commissions Forum, and that is scheduled for November 28th from 6 to 8 p.m. And the topic of that meeting will be a budget presentation and a discussion regarding commissioners' handbooks review with focus on roles and responsibilities and effective meetings.
Is that for all commissions or just?
It's for all commissions and boards.
And boards, okay, thank you.
And obviously, the chair or vice chair is encouraged to be here to sit at the table, and then everyone else is encouraged to be present and would be sitting in the audience with the other members.
Commissioner Johnson?
I apologize, but I know already that I am out of town on November 28th. It's my mother-in-law's birthday.
28th?
It was November 28th. Okay.
Yep, November 28th.
Okay, any other, Commissioner Telesfor?
Yeah, just what time was that?
6 to 8 p.m.
Okay.
And a report will follow from the council.
And Commissioner Bourgeois, did you have a question? Okay. Any other questions? And, okay, thank you, Ms. Bailey. Did you have anything else? And commissioners, anything under commission matters? Okay, well then the meeting's adjourned. you.